The only way we can guarantee that is by getting a lab test. This guarantees that you're going to get genuine gemstones, and that's exactly what you deserve.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll just check something. Hold on a second. Oh yes. I just thought, did I switch that microphone on? My director would have told me if not. It's very warm today, I must say. I'm very hot. But I am very excited as well. Mostly by the premier strands and incredible value that we have as part of our bundles tonight. This is going to be our superstar buy. It is 2 different varieties of moonstone on one strand. So you've got rainbow moonstone and peach moonstone together here. One for maybe day wear and one for evening pieces perhaps. It's coming up at around about 8:45 this evening as our superstar buy. We're going to have a star buy every 30 minutes or so here on the Late Show. I have to make you aware of one of them just because I'm so excited by it. And I'll show you why. You'll be able to see it instantly. Now we just saw a beautiful Abalone Shell design. Inspirational, especially when you look at this bundle. What I love about this is that the nacre of the Abalone Shell is picking up the purple tones from the agate, so you're getting that reflected in the iridescence of the Abalone Shell. Absolutely love this particular bundle, and it's going to be... Is it available at... I'll just check, hold on. I thought so. It's coming up in, less than half an hour's time. So you're going to have the opportunity to own this bundle in about 20 minutes. So not long to wait at all. If you did miss the opportunity to see the bracelet that has just been created, then I'm going to grab it. I'll grab it before it's been photographed. Is that okay? Pete will grab it for us. Oh, thank you. There you go. Thanks, Mags. Hey, didn't you used to work here? It's my friend Mags. I just always annoy her by saying that since she left.
Every time.
There you go. Have a look at this design. Well, I'll tell you what. How about look at this? For a bit of inspiration, if you buy this bundle and my brand new rainbow moonstone strand, you can recreate this design. So there you go, and that's another of the premieres that we have tonight, the Rainbow Moonstone. Gorgeous, but I'm going to keep this to one side. There you go, you can recreate that. Where are we going to start then? All the blues. Here it is. Is it this one, yeah? Blue Chalcedony and... What gemstone do you think this is, Mags? Oh. Pete, are you going to hazard a guess at which one this is?
Yeah.
Which gemstone this could be?
I might say iolite.
Iolite. Not a bad guess. It is, in fact, one of the big four. Midnight blue sapphires. This would go well with my outfit this evening, this particular bundle. Mags knows I'm fishing.
Very handsome this evening.
Do I?
Yes.
Thanks, Mags. Mags says that I look handsome. I like it. Yeah, I'm trying to get somebody to make. I'm trying to get as many pairs of cufflinks as possible, basically, mate. No, I'm joking. Now, not only do you get 2 strands of gemstones, you also get this essential colour and gauge of wire. This is your 0.6mm gauge wire. So, sort of sits in the middle, perfect for your binding and your weaving. You can still achieve some structural work with it. You can certainly use it to make your findings, particularly on the toggle jig, for example. We found that 0.6 was the highest gauge that could be used on many of those tools, so perfect for making your findings. But of course, the reason it's included in this bundle is because it complements the colour tones that you see in the gemstones so perfectly. You've got those beautiful midnight blues, even, I suppose, ranging up to navy blues in your sapphire. And then you've got your blue chalcedony. Now, as we know, this particular variety of chalcedony is so similar to Crazy Lace Agate, probably one of the most expensive and sought after varieties of agate. Sorry, blue lace agate, but they do come from the same family, and sometimes the blue variety is called Crazy Lace Agate. But yes, blue lace agate, probably one of the most expensive and sought after varieties of agate. This chalcedony looks almost identical to that particular variety. It's because of the very subtle banding that you get on the surface of the gemstone. I always describe them as looking like cloud formations, but I'm sure people have bigger and better analogies to describe the look that you get from the banding. And then, of course, because you've got that pale tone, that sky blue hue from the chalcedony, enhanced beautifully by those midnight blues that you've got from your sapphire. When you see the price point, you are going to be astounded by the value that we can bring you, because in all honesty, the price point for this entire bundle is the kind of price point I'd normally associate with these organic cuts of sapphire. Under £10, beautiful blues, and of course, as many of us are aware, the first purchase for many people of a genuine gemstone will be a blue gemstone. And so it's just a shame producer Dion's not here to buy this bundle, isn't it? Actually, she is upstairs, so maybe she's dining up now. This is right up her street. Did you make this while you were sat next to Dion, producer Liam? He did. There you go. So influenced by producer Dion. Beautiful blues, including sapphire, chalcedony, and 10 metres of your 0.6mm turquoise wire. It's a gorgeous mixture, isn't it? It's almost the full range of blues here across the 3 component pieces. Love the combination. These work beautifully together, or of course you could just use these to enhance the gemstones that you already have within your stash, because you can rely on the more subtle sky blues here and mix them up with maybe some other vibrant colours or maybe more subtle tones. You might want to reserve your sapphires for, you know, a specific piece, maybe a September birthstone piece that you've got coming up towards the end of the summer. You might know somebody whose birthday falls at the start of September. You could take this strand out, and actually, because you've got those organic cuts, all you really need is some silver spacers, I suppose. I mean, normally the reel of wire alone is well over £3. £3.45. So that means that you're getting both of these strands for £6.50. That means that sapphire for £3.25. Genuine sapphire, one of the big 4, September's birthstone available right now for £3.25 as part of this bundle. And when you think that the opportunity to own sapphires is probably a little bit few and far between, especially at more traditional craft fair style venues, you are going to be setting yourself apart from other crafters, and you're actually able to offer people birthstone jewellery. There's some people whose birthdays fall in September who I bet never even think that they'll have the chance to own sapphires in a piece of jewellery. You can easily offer them an affordable piece of jewellery with this particular bundle, because this strand is the equivalent of £3.25 right now. About £10 for this particular bundle. The perfect way to get your order up and running, perhaps if you've just got in from work, or of course if you have been inspired so far today and you've already got a P&P up and running, you're only ever going to pay that once a day. Just £2.95 for your P&P per day. You can add as many items as you wish, and as part of this particular bundle, you're getting incredible value. Lots and lots of people getting involved. Don't forget, if you place any item in your basket throughout the late show, you do need to check out to ensure that you have been successful. And of course, the bundle itself will only be available for 60 minutes. So even if you're umming and ahhing, my advice would be to get it home and utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee so that you can make an informed decision. I'll leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because we're going to try and get through as many deals as we can today. And we're going to start with a bit of a double deal. So this is our sort of new approach to clearance, and the idea is that we're going to... sorry, I'm such a stuck today. The idea is that we're going to offer you wholesale deals. So we've been operating by offering you value bundles for some time now. But as part of our clearance deals, what we're going to do is double up the strands and give you a wholesale deal. That's the best way for us to give you incredible value, particularly if you are selling your designs, of course, because you're going to have money to reinvest in gemstones so that you can achieve further commissions, I guess. And so whenever we bundle an item, it allows us to create a discount deal, a unique offer. It's only available for, well, on the morning show, the bundles are available for 24 hours or until 9 AM the next day, I think. But on the late show, you only get 60 minutes, so you have to act straight away. But as I say, you do get a 30-day money-back guarantee to make your final decision. And here, what we've done is we've doubled up some gorgeous Ethiopian opal. Normally, if you were to buy 2 strands, it'd be $35.90. $35.90, what's that, $17.95? Ethiopian opal, buy one, get one for £2. Even I'm surprised at the value we can offer you tonight. Unbelievable. We've got top drill drops here, so very easy to work with. You can create your matching sets of jewellery, so you can perhaps use your larger gemstones as your pendant, your more delicate cuts as your earrings, droplet style earrings, which are very, very popular. And just to give you an idea, they graduate in size from 6x4 to 12x8. So, a decent variation in size there, giving you lots of design scope. Normally, one strand would be $17.95. Tonight you can own 2 strands for $19.95. And I have to say, you get a lot of gemstones on these particular strands. I've just noticed a little bit of pinfire on this opal here. That traditional colour play. I don't know if I'll be able to show you it on set, but I just saw a little flash of green inside this gemstone. Gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful colour tone. And you have got a bit of a variation of colours here. I've got people multi-buying this. Maybe your birthday falls in October and you want the opportunity to produce some birthstone jewellery for yourself. Opal is, of course, October's birthstone. The reason that we do reference the fact that particular gemstones are associated with certain months is, I suppose, when you are selling in the more traditional venues, in your craft fairs, for example, a lot of your customers aren't going to have the same knowledge that you do. So they won't be as knowledgeable about gemstones and gemology as a whole. But even people who don't quite have that experience, that knowledge with gemstones, still tend to know what their birthstone is. Pete, what's your birthstone?
Amethyst.
There you go. Pete doesn't know anything. He still knows his birthstone. Only joking. Only joking. What's your birthstone, Max?
Ruby.
Ruby. When's your birthday?
6th of July.
6th. I've already missed it. I owe you a birthday present. Okay, we'll sort that out later. I'll make you something.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to make you some jewellery? Okay, I'm on it. Okay, a double deal of opal, a very, very popular gemstone, and right now it's buy one, get one for £2. Okay, now we're going to do one for Pete. We're going to give everybody the opportunity to own Pete's birthstone. And Mags, do you know about Pete's fan club?
No.
He's a popular man out there with the JewelleryMaker audience, aren't you? Pete, just break it down to us. Why do you love working for JewelleryMaker so much?
Right, well, because, you know, of all the people we get to please. And
Because of all the people we get to please. There you go, he's a people pleaser.
fans that I get to,
There he is. Pete, only interested in your happiness. There you go. And right now, we're going to give you the chance to own Pete's birthstone. Beautiful amethyst here. That is what he said, wasn't it? Amethyst. I wasn't really listening. It's Pete. Mags, just so you know, I'm always winding up Pete. I'm not being horrible. We're mates. He knows. He stormed out of the studio. I'm only joking. I haven't really upset Pete. Have a look at these colour tones. This is the kind of intense purple hue that we associate with amethyst. We do have a range of colour tones that amethyst comes in, so you get those paler tones, the pinks and the lavender hues, ranging right up to sort of apple greens. But I think when most people think of this gemstone, they think of this colour tone, that beautiful regal purple. And these are, again, top drill drops, but in this occasion, rather than being faceted, they've got this polished finish. Still very, very high end. Absolutely gorgeous. But a greater variation in the sizes here. They range from 7mm to 30mm. Again, still perfect for creating those matching sets of jewellery. But also, of course, we know that top drill drops work perfectly as petals. And obviously floral motifs are very popular, particularly with wire workers. And so top drill drops tend to be a very popular cut here at JewelleryMaker. Normally, 2 strands would be $19.90, so that's $9.95 per strands. Again, they come from our Gems of Distinction range, but as part of this clearance double, a wholesale deal, we can take it down to buy one, get one for £2. Once again, $11.95. I mean, in all honesty, if you take one of these central stones and make it a pendant for your designs, you're going to make your money back off that one piece of jewellery, aren't you? That leaves you with a huge amount of amethyst to work with, potentially to create profit, but of course maybe you're creating gifts for loved ones, maybe you're making jewellery for yourself so that you've got something to match every outfit. Because recently I was thinking to myself, why would anybody not sell their jewellery designs? Only because the creations I see on Facebook are so fantastic. And I see people actually constantly asking, can I buy one of these? I can collect from anywhere, that kind of thing. And so I think, why wouldn't people sell their designs? And so I said to my sister, surely once you've made 5 necklaces and 10 pairs of earrings, you don't need any more jewellery. No, that's not the case. Ladies like to have a huge collection of jewellery. Something for every outfit. Is that right, Mags? Mag's a fashionista, so she knows the score. There you go. So, lots of people have no intention of selling their designs. Purely hobbyists who enjoy creating jewellery designs to wear themselves. I personally believe it's only going to be a matter of time before somebody stops you in the corridor at work, or as you stroll down the street, maybe you're walking your dog and somebody says, where did you get that necklace? When you tell them that you made it for yourself, That's it. You've got your first commission. They're going to want you to recreate that design for them, especially if you're working with a gemstone like amethyst, one of the most commonly known gemstones. Most people are aware of this gemstone because it's so heavily used, not just by the top end designers, but by high street jewelers as well. And so when people are aware of a gemstone, they're more likely to be drawn towards it. One of the reasons that Gemma Crow, an expert designer here, tells me it's imperative that you have amethyst in your collection, because it shows people that you are able to source the real deal, genuine gemstones. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. It's a clearance deal, and it's essentially buy one, get one for £2. £11.95 on this bundle, but it's only available for 60 minutes. And somebody's already getting involved with the show. There you go. We've had a text from Emily, a regular contributor, and it says, "Hi Ed, you're looking dapper." Emily can come back. "Hi, late show gang. Can't believe it's been a week since I was at JM Towers. I'll be back soon. Bring the mad offers and lots of sparkle." So that means that Emily was here last Monday when we weren't working and we didn't get to meet Emily. Not impressed. We're going to speak to Wendy, the workshop coordinator, and the next time you book in, we'll make sure that it's on our shift side so that we get to meet you, Emily. Is that good? Because if anybody wants to get involved with our shows, it's very, very simple. All you've got to do is text in to 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio, otherwise it won't come through to our screens. Or, of course, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, there's a little message box. You just click that box and whatever you write will come through to my producer's monitor, and he'll be able to display that on screen. So if you've got anything you want to share with the jewellery making gang this evening, then don't hesitate to get involved. And maybe we'll give you some homework later on in the show. Here we go. Now we're going to give everybody the opportunity to own one, or should I say two, of our findings packs. It's a double deal once again. That's how we're going to operate with our clearance segments of the show. And with one of these particular findings packs, you get 115 pieces of silver plated copper. Now the reason this particular deal is going to be so impressive is because of course it's doubled up. So you're going to get over 200 pieces of silver plated copper here. When I first started on Jewellery Maker as part of the management team, we only had one findings pack option, and I think it was 25 pieces of sterling silver, and you could only buy it as part of a jewellery kit. Just goes to show how much we've expanded over the last 4 years. We can now bring you a huge array of findings packs, not just your precious metals, but also your silver plated copper. Now the beauty of this is, of course, we can offer you a lot more findings, a bit more bang for your buck, and of course, when you're working with a base metal like copper, you can afford to be a little bit more robust, but you've still got that high-end finish. And a few people have been asking me on Facebook about the plating, and just to confirm, it is 925 sterling silver that we use to plate the base metal as well. So it is still a semi-precious metal, but of course you've got the copper tone underneath. I'm just looking at that price point and I'm thinking, how much better can the value actually get? You've got 2 meters of chain, you've got ribbon cord endings, you've got 3 different kinds of head pins, jump rings, shepherd hooks, toggle clasps. You've got those little slider clasps, which are heart-shaped, give you a little bit of character to your designs. Crimp beads, crimp bead covers, basically everything you could possibly want, but twice. I like it. What are you giggling at me for, Mags?
Everything you could possibly want.
But twice. It's true. It's a double deal. And how about buy one, get one for £1? Can't say fairer than that, Max. Come on. Now, when we normally bring you a findings pack for £7.95, I'm usually surprised at the value we can bring you. But when we bring you 2 for £8.95, we're going above and beyond, aren't we? That's our job here at Jewellery Maker. Our aim is to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and I think when we're bringing you value like this, you can understand why so many people are piling in at JewelleryMaker.com, placing this item in their baskets. I've actually created a short queue on the phone lines as well, so I'm bound to get in trouble from the help team. Don't worry. If you do enter a short queue, it's around about 30 seconds, so you will shortly be answered by a member of our award-winning help team who will add this to your order. I have to be honest with you, we only have around 20 available of this particular bundle. Of course, a lot of the findings packs tied up in our kits, which are of course available on the morning show between 9 AM and 1 PM. And it looks to me like this is going to be a sellout deal because there's so many people placing this in their basket. Zoe, congratulations, you were in early and you got 2 of these, so you've got 4 findings packs heading your way. So everything you could possibly want, Zoe, but times 4. Okay, we've got more interest than we have available stock, so we're going to have to leave that on with you. Good luck if you came through late there. What are we moving on to, sorry? Oh, love it. Another double deal, and this time, your favourite gemstone. Now, I say that as if I know you personally. It may not be your favourite gemstone. Of course, this is the beauty of working with genuine gemstones. Everybody has their own personal association with gemstones. Everybody has their own personal favourite. But towards the end of the year, we will be running our annual award ceremony. Now, in 2012, we ran this, and one of the categories was your favourite gemstone to work with, and Labradorite was the winner. 2013, we ran the same award ceremony with the same categories, and once again, Labradorite retained its title and won the award as your favourite gemstone. I think this year we should change the name of the category, only based on my own research. Speaking to jewellery makers, I think we should call it your most profitable gemstone, because everybody tells me that's the reason they vote for Labradorite. When they work with this gemstone, their designs seem to sell. It's very affordable because of the prices that we're able to bring you here at Jewellery Maker, but of course it captures people's imagination. When they see the optical effect that you get from Labradorite, they fall in love with the gemstone. Maybe you've never experienced Labradorescence before. Have a look at this. I'm going to isolate one of the gemstones just so we can shield it from our studio lighting. And there you go, you can see the Labradorescence. Those electric blues. Amazing, look at that. I'm just going to try and find some different Labradorescence because we've got a lot of blues in that one. How about this? Oh, let me turn it that way around. There you go. There you go. So then you've got the sort of lime green tones. Look at that. That's for you, Mags. That's a little heart of Labradorescence. Can you see that? Do you know why that you're getting that shape? It's because of the way the gemstone's been faceted. These are faceted rectangles, quite traditional checkerboard faceting. And actually, that allows the Labradorescence to appear on the surface of the gemstone a little bit more prominence. Oh, look at that golden sort of apricot Labradorescence there. Look at that. Are we getting that? Yeah, I think we just about got. Those are sort of like sunset colour tones, aren't they? Beautiful. So there you go. You've got so many options as a designer because you don't really know what colour of Labradorescence you're going to get. So you can actually match your gemstones not only to the base colour of the gemstone but the Labradorescence itself. I would say that if you're working with this gemstone, you need a little bit of movement in the design itself because that's going to allow the light to pick up on the surface of the gemstone and allow that Labradorescence to come through. Normally, once again, one strand of this will be $9.95. It's buy one, get one for £2. Can't be really offering you better value than that because here at Jewellery Maker we offer you the best value on the market. At $9.95 you're getting an incredible deal, but at $11.95 for 2 strands, it's a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? £6 for a strand of faceted Labradorite. Look at that. Look at that electric blue tone you've got there. It's almost neon, isn't it? Spectacular Labradorescence there. Incredible value from our clearance deal. But as ever, the deal will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So if you want to take advantage, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now, particularly as we've got so many people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. So if you do want to get involved, dial right now. And if you have placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Buy one, get one for £2. Congratulations to everybody multi-buying this particular deal. It could potentially be a sellout. So if you are stuck in two minds and you're not quite sure whether they're the right size, whether Labradorescent is going to suit your design, use your 30-day money-back guarantee to make an informed decision. You can get it home, see it in the flesh. To be quite honest with you, the Labradorescent is going to look much more beautiful when you see this in daylight. The studio lights aren't the best way, really, to display Labradorescents. Okay, we'll leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our first star buy of the evening. As I say, we are going to have one of these every 30 minutes, and it's either going to be the premiere launch of a brand new strand like our Moonstone coming up as our superstar buy, or golden rutile quartz perhaps. But on this occasion, it's a discount bundle. We've put this together with value in mind, but also we've tried to pick two. Well, it seems like producer Liam's tried to pick two of the most attractive strands available on our website. The one thing that I love about this, and it's quite interesting you just say that, my producer said, I was thinking that they might work together. Well, they're just a match made in heaven. They're partners in crime. The second you put the nacre from the Abalone Shell next to the purple agate, it starts picking up that colour tone. It's reflected on the surface of the abalone. Now, that iridescence that you get from the Abalone Shell is already a massive selling point. From what I hear from expert jewellery makers, I suppose it's because, yes, it's got a sort of optical effect. It's totally unique. So each and every gemstone has been expertly created by Mother Nature herself. And it allows you to create one-of-a-kinds, bespoke designs. That's what you can create. And I suppose when you're selling your designs to clients, particularly if you've got personal commissions, or of course if you're just trying to attract attention at a particular venue, maybe you're at a village hall in your local area doing a craft fair, maybe you're at a national trust venue offering bespoke jewellery designs, this is something that's going to capture people's attention. They're going to notice that you're working not only with natural minerals, but with something that offers them something bespoke, a unique design, a one-of-a-kind. And I have to say, the same can be said of the agate, a much more traditional crafting material, agate, as far as gemstones are concerned. I suppose because of the density of the gemstone, its ability to take on different dyeing processes, and because it's a little bit more regularly available, and so it makes the price point a little bit lower, and that makes it more attractive to jewellery makers and crafters. Do you know what? I honestly can't believe how much of the purple tone is being reflected in that Abalone Shell. I'm actually shocked. This must be seriously high quality Abalone Shell. Now, during the mid-show, getting a little bit of inspiration, I saw Becky getting very excited about this design. Doesn't take much to get her excited, though, to be fair. I'm only joking. Have a look at this design. So this is just a little bit of inspiration. It's very subtle, isn't it? Just some sort of simple gemstones as an accent, give you a bit of clarity, and the beauty of that is that it allows the abalone to be the star of the show. I suppose often people wouldn't actually appreciate a natural mineral like a shell over a genuine gemstone, but on this occasion, because you get so much in terms of aesthetic beauty from the shell itself, you really need to create designs where it can be the star of the show, or at least on level pegging with your purple agate. You don't have to use these together, of course. You could just use this as a way to supplement your gemstone stash because of the value, but when you see them together, I think you'll want to use them, particularly as the shapes mirror one another as well. Let's have a look at the price point this evening then for our first star buy of the night. I am very, very impressed. That's awesome. $7.95 for both strands. That's amazing. Normally you'd be expected to pay over £10 for these two strands, but tonight, as a star buy bundle, you can add them to your order with incredible value. Just $7.95 for both the Abalone Shell and the rectangles of purple agate. I love the banding on the purple agate alone. Actually, just thinking about profitability, I know that there's lots and lots of hobbyists out there who are going to be really enthusiastic about this bundle because of the look you've got on the Abalone Shell as well as the banding on the agate, and I understand that that is going to be a winner for a lot of people. But if you think about actually selling your designs and creating profitable jewelry designs, you could potentially create wirework rings using the Abalone Shell, and then you only need one gemstone. It's going to fly out the door. Often, I suppose, when people are shopping for bespoke jewelry designs, they want a one-of-a-kind, they want a unique finish, and of course you get that not only with your Abalone Shell, but also with your banded or striped agate. So there you go, each and every gemstone, completely individual. Abalone Shell, very, very popular with our jewellery makers. I recall a launch, I think it was about a month ago, and I think Ali brought it to you on a Sunday evening. She had around about 100 available, and around 600 people dialed up to add a strand to their order. So that goes to show you the popularity of this mineral within the jewellery making community. And as I say that, lots and lots of people start to come through on the free phone number. It might just be that our award-winning help team have finally caught up with the short queue we created, or it might be because you suddenly remembered you missed out 4 weeks ago. This is your opportunity to own Abalone Shell, and it's been matched up with purple agate for under £10. Absolutely incredible. And just have a look at the... Do you know what? These are peacock tones, aren't they? Always popular within some natural fashion jewellery. Unbelievable, because you've got those sort of the mixture of the peacock tones there, the lime greens, the blues, the purples, and I think that once you create some jewellery designs using this, you're going to be doing a bit of peacocking. You'll be attracting attention. Do you not know this term? This is new to Director Bruce. So when you dress in a provocative manner, or you maybe try some eccentric attire, it's known as peacocking, because you're supposed to be, you're supposed to be attracting attention from the opposite sex, or maybe the same sex. Doesn't really matter, does it? No, you don't need that in your life, Bruce. He's beaten them off with a stick already. He doesn't need to start peacocking. Pete, we'll get you a full Abalone Shell suit. He's always peacocking, he says. If you saw some of the fan mail that Pete receives from our audience, Mags. Anytime Pete wants to visit Shetland, he's welcome. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. We're moving on. That's our star buy. Coming up at the top of the hour is the cord bundle. Yes, I remember now. So it's a beautiful array. Oh wow, I'll tell you what, if like you've got little people running around your house as of Friday afternoon, my children of course, then this would be the perfect bundle for you. I mean, even if you just want to maybe teach them simple plaiting techniques so they can start to create friendship bracelets. This is going to be the bundle for you. And of course, we know that the more traditional braiding techniques such as macrame, kumihimo are growing in popularity. Hard to believe, because virtually every jewelry maker out there is already involved with macrame. Every expert I see, despite the fact they've all got their own specific discipline, they're always turning their hand to a bit of macrame as well. So the cord is coming up. Oh, and it's in about 19 minutes, so I better crack on. Where are we moving on to? Really? Okay, I'm shocked, because we don't usually see these kind of carat weights or these kind of polished cuts within aquamarine. It's traditionally a faceted gemstone, isn't it? But today, actually, Mark Smith was in the building. He was running his Chips and Nuggets workshop. And of course, if you do want to get involved with any of our workshops, you want to come down to the studios, maybe get your face on TV, but also learn some new techniques and disciplines from our experts, then just call the free phone number. They'll put you in contact with our workshop coordinator, Wendy. But the reason I start talking about Mark Smith is that the last time we did a show together, he was telling me that because of the quality of aquamarine we've got here at JewelleryMaker, it's now become his favourite gemstone. And I have to say, this particular strand absolutely exhibits that quality that Mark's describing. Very consistent sky blue tone throughout the strand, although you do have a few that have got even greater saturation of colour, that beautiful depth that I'd normally associate with particular varieties of aquamarine, such as maybe a Santa Maria aquamarine, comes from that specific location in Brazil. And so when you've got that rich sky blue tone, you can be much more confident, potentially in the prices that you want to achieve, but also just when you're creating the designs itself, because you know that you haven't got to play on the inclusions or the icy tones. They've got that beautiful saturation, that sky blue tone that you usually associate with March's birthstone. Also, I'll tell you what, these are the puffy rectangles. They're 11 by 8 mil in size, so they're quite a significant look. Not overbearing, if you like, but large enough to be used without an accent gemstone. So that could potentially save you a little bit of carat weight on another strand, and very, very comfortable to wear, the puffy rectangles, both on the neckline and on the wrist line. So these would be perfect for necklace or bracelet designs, I would say. Currently available for $19.95, but we're about to give you an exclusive price reduction, and it's pretty exciting because it's the first ever price reduction. And it's lower than it was originally launched. So this is the lowest ever price then, lower than the launch price for this particular strand of aquamarine. It's a member of the beryl family, so it's keeping good company. Its sister stones are morganite, emerald, heliodor. Keeping pretty good company, I would say there. And beautiful aquamarine, March's birthstone, but a real popular gemstone with most jewellery makers. And it's because of that beautiful sky blue tone. Very versatile. It'll work with vibrant colour tones, it'll work with pastel shades, it'll work with the neutrals as well, of course, because you can use your whites and your blacks along with your sky blues. And as I guess when we are investing in genuine gemstones, we're looking for a few different things. We're either looking for beautiful quality and high carat weights, we're looking for versatility, i.e. it will work in a variety of different designs, and we're looking for profitability. We want to know it will sell. And when you're working with aquamarine, because it's very well known and because of the quality that you've got here at JewelleryMaker, I would say this is literally ticking every single box. Of course, we know most people invest in a blue gemstone when they start their gemstone collection, and aquamarine is one of the reasons for that, I would guess, because it's so popular on the open market. We've just taken this down to the lowest ever price, so this represents your best chance to get hold of it, especially as we're now approaching limited availability. So if you do want to get involved with that, as I say, even if you're stuck in two minds, you're not quite sure whether it's perfect for your designs, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So get it home, fall in love with it. You've got 30 days to appreciate the gemstone before you make your final decision. We're going to move on. Where did you say, sorry? Okay, now this is your jump ring maker. Now tomorrow, from 1 PM on the Designer Inspiration Show, Debbie Bulford, our chainmail expert and the world's leading expert in polymer clay, is going to be joining us. In case you're new to us, I always say that to wind Debbie up, Mags. So you're not alone. I'm just a wind-up merchant. And so Debbie Bulford, one of our original designers, been with us from the start here at JewelleryMaker. She'll be on the show to show us how to create beautiful chainmail techniques. I suppose she's going to be showing us some new weaves. Unfortunately, I'll be prepping my own show, so I won't be able to watch it. I'm a great chainmail artist now. I love it, Mags. Yeah, I can really do it. Yeah, I'm going to make you some chainmail jewellery, and I'm going to use rubies, your birthstone. And I've just decided I'm going to make my own jump rings for the first time. Normally I buy them. Only because it's you, Mags.
Thank you.
Yeah, I probably would have got fired in my first probation period here if it wasn't for Mags. Mags is my director. Yeah, she taught me the tricks of the trade. She's like, seriously, do something. Stop sitting there eating your lunch.
You were very quiet at first, do you remember?
I was very quiet.
Oh, yes. I wouldn't believe it now, but you were very quiet.
You're getting sceptical looks from around the room, Max.
It's true story.
Yeah.
How things have changed.
How things change indeed. You know, I was just excited to be working in TV. And so I didn't want to, you know, overstep the mark. Now I'll do whatever I want. So, okay, so this is your jump ring maker. I do know how to use the tool, I just can't get it out the packaging. I'm useful, aren't I? So there you go. You've got your, oh, hello. You've got your two parts here. This screws into this part of the tool, and it allows you to create 4 different sizes of jump rings, quite significant sizes actually, your 10mm, your 12mm, your 14mm and your 16mm. So if you are creating statement style jewellery designs, these are perfect. Absolutely perfect, and it will save you an absolute fortune, because I have to buy jump rings to do chainmail designs. And not only that, oh, what am I thinking of? Not only can you save yourself money, but of course you can create different colours of jump rings. I'm always working with yellow, gold and silver jump rings. You can create a huge array of jump rings working with the red wire, the purple wire, the chartreuse wire. That'd look good in jump rings, wouldn't it? And I spoke to Mark Smith about our superstar buy earlier this evening, and he was explaining that during the Chips and Nuggets workshop today, he's been creating rosary style chain links in different colour tones, and he was saying that we should have more gemstone strands that are alternating colours, because it allows you to integrate more colour tones with your wire. So the jump ring maker will be perfect for that, wouldn't it? I'm going to leave that one with you because it's an essential tool, and most chainmail artists are going to be flying in to get hold of that. We're going to move on though. Where to, sorry? Brilliant. Okay. I saw this earlier and I was expecting it to be a big seller. I was expecting it to be popular because of the carvings involved. It's quite labour intensive, as you can imagine, for our lapidarists to create this look, and the popularity of this strand was not off the mark, because we only have 10 strands left in stock. Of course, here on The Late Show, that's our job, not only to find added to your order prices, but also to give you your second bite of the cherry. So maybe you missed out on the original launch of this strand, maybe it's always passed you by. Well, here on The Late Show, it's our job to bring you the last of stock opportunities. Do you know what this really reminds me of? You know when you see the daffodils starting to spring up? Oh, I didn't mean to use that word. That was just a Freudian slip. At the start of spring, they start to bloom. That's what I should say. And you get that variation of colour tones, so you get those rich golden hues as well as the more lemon tones, even sort of neutral white colours, don't you, in your daffodils as well. So that's what I'm seeing when I look at this strand. I'm sure it evokes different imagery to each and every jewellery maker out there, but one thing you can be very, very confident about is that when you're working with gemstones that have this much character and this much personality, they're going to attract attention. Actually, do you know what? You could use these in sort of Celtic style designs as well, couldn't you? They have a sort of Renee McIntosh feel to them. To me, they are flying out the door. We've only got single figures of availability, and when you consider the amount of work that's gone into creating this particular strand against the price point, it is some pretty incredible value. £7.45. For me, it's an add it to your order price. Of course, the reason we always mention that is that you only pay 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker. So if you've already got your order up and running, maybe you were inspired this afternoon or this morning, and you've already made a purchase, then you can simply add this to your order and maximise on the 1 P&P per day. And of course, you get this beautifully characteristic gemstone strand, the 4 petal flowers that we don't see very often either, so they're slightly different, a little bit more uniformed, a little bit more symmetry maybe to this particular item. Okay, we're going to have to leave this one with you because we've got a lot of people on the phone lines. If you do want to grab that, there are 4 remaining in stock according to my graphics, and we're going to move on. We're going to stick with the golden hues because we're bringing you lemon quartz now. This is perfect for the summer months, in my opinion. Perfect maybe for holiday jewellery if you're starting to put together your designs. Maybe you're going away over the next 6 or 7 weeks and you want to create some bespoke designs to enhance your evening wear. This particular strand will be perfect, especially if you're maybe a bit of a beginner to jewellery making, because when people first start jewellery making, they tend to be more confident when they're working with plain rounds. And here, there's a very subtle graduation. They range in size from 4mm up to 7mm. So in all honesty, you could just restrand this, add a beautiful clasp, and you've got a piece of genuine gemstone jewellery. Alternatively, you might want to match it up with other gemstones. Maybe you got hold of the Chalcedony at the start of the show. I think that's a gorgeous combination. Then you've got the sun and the beautiful sky blues together. I like that. Or, how about this? We've got this coming up later in the show as a premiere launch, Golden Rutile Quartz. Coming up in about half an hour, so not long to wait at all before we launch brand new strand of golden rutile quartz. I love that combination because you could use the plain rounds of lemon quartz as your spacer beads in between your golden rutile. I like that. And of course, it's $6.95. It's another add it to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand. Comes from our elite range of gemstones. It's been sourced by our Indian buying office. They're based right in the heart of Jaipur, which is the premier location for gemstone trading. And that allows us not only to get the best possible quality, to get hold of the rarest gemstones, but as well, we also are able to get the most competitive trade prices on genuine gemstones. We pass those savings on to you. We're very proud to be able to say that we offer the best value on the market. And when I talk about value, I'm not necessarily always talking about the lowest possible price. I'm talking about the lowest price for the best quality and the highest carat weight that we can bring you. $6.95 for lemon quartz there. Did you say? Fire opal. I thought you said 5, and I was thinking I've already done 5. There we go. So this is Mexican fire opal, probably my favourite variety of opal, if I'm honest with you. And it's because it really captures its own journey within the colour tones. This actually forms from, it's basically fossilised lava, if you like. Quick cooling lava, and it retains those fiery colour tones that you'd expect to see in a volcanic eruption. Look at this one in particular. That really looks like a little pool of lava, doesn't it? Held inside the gemstone. Now, what traditionally happens with an opal is that they're quite slow cooling gemstones. So because it takes so long for the gemstone to cool down, they almost form these interlocking grids, a little lattice-like structure within the crystal. And that's why you get that traditional colour play in a normal opal. But with fire opal, what happens is the lava, normally a different element smashes into the lava. So it's usually going to be water or silica. It'll, you know, sort of get involved with the lava while it's cooling and accelerate the cooling process. Well, it can happen in a number of different ways. You see other elements coming in. It might be that the lava flows into a river. That's why it came out. So it's normally the lava flows into a riverbed, or there can be other reasons for it. So there could be a glacier going off at the same time, and that's, you see. And so Mother Nature, she's a very dramatic being, isn't she? And what happens is the lava, as a result, cools very, very quickly, and it doesn't get an opportunity for that lattice structure to actually come to fruition. As a result, it retains those fiery colour tones from the lava. The fastest cooling fire opals are these red varieties. They actually have their own classification. They're known as cherry opals, and they're the rarest variety of fire opal. You've got huge amount of cherry opal on this particular strand, actually. On top of that, you've got this gorgeous variation ranging from the golden hues even to sort of neutral tones. But even when you've got the clear gemstones, it's not quite transparent. It's kind of translucent, almost water-like. Now, normally this would set you back $17.95. Incredible value. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. But tonight, producer Liam just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. He has reduced the price down to $12.95. One thing I should just deal with is that these have been classified as hearts. They're not hearts. They're top drill drops. I hate for anybody to feel misled. You'd expect to see an indentation, wouldn't you? I suppose there's some which, because they're not perfect drops, you could maybe crowbar that one into a heart shape. You might want to call that a heart shape. To be honest, I'd use it as a droplet, but then I'd be more interested in the colour tones. Look at that. You've got the cognac tone at the bottom of the gemstone, ranging into the transparency. When the light hits it, you've got the almost little swirl of colour there. Absolutely fantastic. So huge variety of colour tones and a hugely popular gemstone because, of course, opal, very sentimental associations with that gemstone. People tend to be aware of it, but they don't often know about this particular variety. Beautiful Mexican fire opal there, and it's available right now for $12.95, but it's only available at that price for 60 minutes. I'm going to have to leave that one there because it's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, and on this occasion it is going to be a money-saving bundle, a wholesale deal on some of our most popular items. On this occasion it's our satin cord, and we'll take you through the range that we're going to bring to you. These are going to be hugely popular. Look at that. I mean, that is a chrome dioxide green there. It's been, it's been described as an olive green. Nah, I'm reclassifying it. It's chrome dioxide green cord. There we go. You've got 10 meters. All of the cords are 1 mil in diameter. So you've got the chrome green cord. Oh, look at this. Festive red, perfect for your Christmas designs. I know people don't want to start thinking about Christmas, but you'll have to because it's Christmas on Friday. It is here at JewelleryMaker. We're doing a Christmas show. Did you know that? Yeah, 25th of July. We're nearly there. Okay, so there you go. 10 meters of your Santa suit red. There you go. Then you've got the tangerine. Let's bring it back to summer, shall we? Beautiful tangerine tone there. And then how about these? These are so perfect. And for me, I know that these are going to have brilliant applications within the different braiding techniques, such as macrame, micro macrame, on your bead loom, kumihimo. I understand that, but for me, I'm just thinking about how much my daughter would love these. I'm going to have to get some of these because she started to get involved with jewellery making. I can imagine these are so popular with the youngsters. And you've got 2 of these, so you get 2 of the rainbows. So you get 20 metres of the rainbow satin cord, 10 metres of the red, 10 metres of the tangerine, 10 metres of the green tone there. So 50 metres in total. I've got to tell you, if you intend to invest in the cords elsewhere, if you go into your independent craft shops, you can pay an absolute fortune for threading materials. Ribbons, cords. I found them in an independent craft shop for £1.30 per metre. So that means that if you wanted to get this amount of cord from that shop, you'd be paying over £60. I think when we tried to do a little bit of research online, my producer managed to find a supplier that would give you it at 75p a metre. So that was pretty good. Here at JewelleryMaker, as part of this particular Star Buy bundle, we're going to bring you at the equivalent of 14p per metre. That's what we do. 60 metres of satin cord for £6.95, and you've got this beautiful array of colour tones. I actually haven't seen this rainbow satin cord elsewhere. I don't think I've seen it here before, so it's quite new. Your opportunity to own all of these satin cords, which are growing in popularity, especially with the likes of macrame and kumihimo. The beauty of creating macrame designs, of course, is that you always get a very professional finish. They're the kind of looks that people associate with bespoke jewellery designs, and, can I say this? You can be quite minimalist in the amount of gemstones you use. I'm not suggesting anybody should be stingy, because of course carat weight is a big thing to gemstone buyers, but you can just be a little bit more economical. That's the way I look at it. Particularly if you're creating macrame bracelets, what do you need? 6 or 7 gemstones? Absolutely perfect. In fact, the looks that we just saw there in the bracelet designs didn't use any gemstones at all, and you still got a very professional look there. I do think you have to be quite aware of the kind of finish that you want to create on the braiding techniques, because of course it is quite easy to achieve quite a professional look. I've seen youngsters creating very elaborate braids and weave designs, but it's about the finish, isn't it, for these? That's what sets you apart. I mean, look at this. With the ribbon cord endings and a sterling silver clasp, you can still elevate those braided pieces of jewellery into that professional sector. So at £6.95, this is the way to really increase your profit margins. You're never going to probably be achieving sort of 3-figure sums for a piece of cord jewellery, but you can certainly create unisex pieces which are very affordable, and you can make sure that you stand out with the finish that you create. Of course, we know that looming techniques and braiding techniques are very, very popular. In fact, they're bringing jewellery making into the mainstream, aren't they? But you don't have to use elastic bands. You could use satin cord, and it's going to have a little bit more of a professional look. In fact, I'm definitely going to grab some of these rainbow coloured ones for my daughter. Can't see any reason why anybody would want to wear an elastic band when you can have a nice feel of satin cord on your wrist line. You say that, I've seen one of those elastic band designs. It's sold on eBay for over £150,000. Did you hear about this?
No.
A young girl made a dress out of elastic bands using the looming technique, and she put it on eBay, and it's got like £170,000 as a bid. Jewellery making's hitting the mainstream. We're going to take over, and this is your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, but don't use elastic bands. We use the real deal here at Jewellery Maker. Satin cord, and it's available right now for $6.95. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, and when we return, more incredible deals. Don't go away.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy to follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Jewellery Maker are having a web exclusive sale on 925 sterling silver. Head over to our website now and take advantage of up to 75% off. All stock must go, but be quick because if you miss it, you'll miss out. Come and join guest designer Louise Jakobsen on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is the late show. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. And I have to say, I'm very, very excited. We've got We've got 3 premiere strands this evening, one of which is going to be launched in 20 minutes. A real favourite for most gemstone enthusiasts, golden rutile quartz. Absolutely out of this world. Gemstone which is popular with jewellery makers because of its sort of associations with crystal healing. All varieties of quartz are believed to have to be quite good amplifiers of different energies, I believe. I'm not really au fait with gemstone healing knowledge, but that's what I'm led to believe. And that's why it's very popular with jewellery makers, because a lot of jewellery makers are involved in that side of things. And so rutile quartz is popular from one angle, but for gemstone enthusiasts, for gemologists, it's very popular as well because of the way the inclusions form. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in 20 minutes time when we bring you that as a premiere launch. Before that, we've got a bit of a price avalanche. So everything you see is going to be lower in price than the previous item. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, can you add one of these to my order? Because I need to buy some ruby for somebody very special, one of my close friends. Thanks. It's not you, Brucey. Your birthday's in June. No. I'm only buying ruby for Mags. She's the most important. 25 carats in total, and I seem to remember I've seen this strand before. One of the highest quality strands of ruby I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and I even had the privilege of launching this. Did I cover a morning show? There you go. We often bring some of our more prestigious gemstones between 9 AM and 1 PM because it has the largest audience, and traditionally that is the show which is broadcast to a Freeview audience, although currently you can also see this show on Freeview if you do live in certain regions. Check our website for details about how to find us on Freeview between 5 PM and 9 PM. But in the past I've been given the opportunity to launch this gemstone strand on the morning show, so you might never have seen this strand before, and we've already seen one member of the Big Four this evening in the form of beautiful blue sapphires. Going to the other end of the spectrum now, it's sister stone, ruby, and actually it's the exact same gemstone. They both come from the corundum family. That's the chemical or gemstone name for this, both ruby and sapphire, and ruby is literally a colour classification. So there's no difference between a red ruby and a blue sapphire in terms of its chemical composition. It's purely the colour tone which sets this apart as a ruby. You can sort of understand why it needs its own classification, can't you? Because these rich ruby red tones, that cherry red, is synonymous with prestigious jewellery, isn't it? Luxurious designs tend to focus around one of the big four, maybe tanzanite these days as well, because we do describe it as a big five, but rubies in particular have a very rich heritage attached to them, don't they? And of course, the gemstone of choice for imperial collections, even if they do make an error from time to time, thinking of spinel, but they intended it for it to be a ruby. 25 carats in total. This is July's birthstone, so your opportunity to not only own one of the big four, but of course as well to replenish your birthstone stock and get July's birthstone. Maybe you've got somebody you know who has a birthday coming up towards the end of the month. If I were you, I'd start dialing right now. You want that to arrive pretty soon if you're going to make something as well. I'm hearing that we only have limited availability. It sold very, very well when it was originally brought to screen. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing the free phone number. Here comes your price point for 25 carats of what I would describe as some of the finest ruby we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. Again, I have to say, kind of shocked to see ruby of this quality even being brought to you at JewelleryMaker, because I can see no reason why this couldn't have been set into 9 carat gold and sold on our sister channel, Gems TV. It's that good. That's the quality I'm looking at. Gorgeous clarity. I know that sometimes we can be a little bit broader in the criteria against which we judge gemstones as a jewellery maker, but this would stand up to the classic 4C criteria, wouldn't it? You've got a brilliant carat weight there, 25 carats. You've got incredible clarity, beautiful colour saturation, and just check out the way they've been cut. Faceted to perfection, so you've got that play of light on the gemstone itself. No one's going to mistake this for a piece of red glass. They're going to know that you've been able to source the real deal, genuine rubies. I know that a lot of people rely on our Gems of Distinction range in order to create their own gemstone collection. So some people who are investing in this particular strand will have no intention of turning this into a piece of birthstone jewellery. This will purely be so that they can get ruby into their collection of gemstones, and I can't blame you. You're going to be hard pushed to find better quality ruby for that kind of price. We're talking about £2 a carat here for gorgeous cherry red rubies. Absolutely out of this world. Still got people coming through on our free phone number. Please ensure that you check out to avoid disappointment if you have placed it in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com. I think that is some of the most high quality ruby I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. Actually, I'm going to go out on a limb here and I'm going to say I've sold lower quality ruby on our sister channel Gems TV. Before Steve rebought the company, I would probably imagine. So before we had a real life gem hunter, running the company, I would say that I've actually sold rubies of a lower quality than this. Of course, we're a family-run business now here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we pride ourselves on not only sourcing the best possible quality, but giving you the best value on the market, and I think that's exactly what we've just done. £2 per carat for gorgeous ruby. We're moving on though. Hello. Hello. One of my favourite gemstones here. Beautiful morganite. One of the most feminine gemstones on the market. And another hugely prestigious gemstone. This time, I would say that rather than morganite having that prestige because of its long-standing history, like ruby, it's more to do with the instant classification it was given, the exclusivity that was attached to it, because when it was discovered, it was originally sold by Tiffany's, and they had the rights to sell this gemstone exclusively when it was first discovered in 1910, and it was discovered by the same man who discovered kunzite, George Frederick Kunz. Pretty lucky to have discovered probably the two most feminine gemstones on the planet in kunzite and morganite. And morganite is another real collector's gemstone. In fact, I've just been talking about the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett. He's a real life gem hunter, so he flies around all over the world visiting mine owners directly. I think really he just likes going down the mines, but he also makes sure that we get the best deals on the market. The other thing about that is that he actually owns the largest cut morganite in the world, and when I say that, the one that's exhibited in the museum in London is around about 450 carats, and I think Steve's has been checked out, I think it's close to 900 carats. So we're talking about a significant carat weight here. It is remarkable. And the interesting thing about morganite for me is that there's no compromise to be made. You either get gorgeous clarity and a more subtle colour tone, or you get a slightly more included gemstone, but you get a richer and more feminine hue of that pink tone. So really, it's a win-win situation when you're dealing with a gemstone like morganite, and you're not going to have to push too hard to include morganite in a personal commission. As I say, previously you could only own this gemstone if it came in a little blue box. Now you can offer your customers the same opportunities that were exclusively offered to Tiffany's customers previously, but only 4 of you have that opportunity. We only started with 5. Somebody's come in very quickly. That's the way to do it. And here comes your price point. There you go, $39.95 now. For 25 carats of morganite. They're starting to get snapped up. We only have 3 remaining in stock. Whether you're a gemstone collector and you want to add morganite to your collection, or whether you are maybe an experienced and successful jewellery maker and you've got those personal commissions coming through, maybe you've got a little black book of clients who might just want to own beautiful morganite, you can create a one-of-a-kind design for them, a luxury piece of jewellery, but a handmade piece. Yes, you're going to be expecting to achieve a premium price point, but nobody has to know that you got hold of morganite for $39.95. Absolutely out of this world. Of course, it has been cut and faceted by one of our most experienced lapidarists. Don't think they'd hand this over to an apprentice. So there you go, 25 carats, but very limited availability remaining in stock. We're going to move on. We're going to now offer you the chance to own November's birthstone. We're jumping around the year, but we are giving the opportunity not only to get the best value in the market for genuine gemstones, but also potentially to replenish your birthstone stock for later in the year. Actually, we do talk about working a season ahead here at JewelleryMaker, and I have to say, last night on the show, Sarah Elvin, our guest designer, was saying she works 2 seasons ahead, so she's already working on jewellery commissions for the new year. Her Christmas jewellery designs are dealt with. So there you go. So it's not totally ridiculous to start thinking about November birthdays in July, I suppose. August, September, October. Yeah, you can absolutely start planning out your November birthstone jewellery, can't you? And I have to say, I don't think you'd find citrine of this quality even on the high street. When you think of citrine, there are a range of colour hues that you consider. So often people will be looking for maybe more of those lemon tones, the brighter tones. But if you want the top quality citrine, the kind of citrine that will be used by the top end designers, and if you do think of certain designers that work with these classic gemstones like your amethyst, your peridot, your citrine, I'm thinking of one in particular, but I need three. Well, this particular designer has oodles and oodles of designs that feature citrine. Be clever and add one letter to my to my hint there. You still don't know what it is? Go to Boodle's website and you'll be able to see how top-end designers use citrine. How to get yourself in trouble. Oh well, these are top drilled faceted droplets here. Pear-shaped drops. So quite easy to create matching sets of jewellery, as we said, but actually you wouldn't need to pile a huge carat weight into your designs, because the saturation of colour that you've got here is going to make a significant impact on the look of your jewellery. This is a rich, almost an amber tone. Can you imagine if you got hold of the amber cabochons last week, which so many people did? I think we sold over 500 amber cabochons in a day. Actually, 600 cabochons in a day, sorry. If you're looking for an accent stone for your amber, this absolutely fits the bill. Now, sometimes we'll see less of a saturation of colour, so less depth within the citrine, and sometimes people are looking for that zesty colour tone. But if you want the top end citrine, something that's going to make somebody step back and think about owning this gemstone, this is what you're looking for. 45 carats in total, and right now it's just $24.95 for 45 carats. So what are we talking about there? 60-70p a carat? That is some of the highest quality citrine we've ever been able to source here at JewelleryMaker. And as a result, it does come from our elite range, our Gems of Distinction range here at JewelleryMaker. We'll leave that one with you at $24.95. We're going to move on. Now, this is going to be quite an interesting chance for you to own silver pearls. This isn't a colour tone that we see in cultured pearls every day. And just ignore the light grey classification. Who in their right mind would classify these beautiful minerals as light grey pearls? They are beautiful silver. You've got that metallic tone. It's just not romantic enough, is it, Mags? It doesn't do the gemstone justice either, because when I think of a grey, I think of a storm cloud grey or a charcoal tone. Yeah, it seems a bit... It can be quite dramatic, a grey tone, but these have got more of a metallic sheen to them, so I think of silver. That's my interpretation. And these are cultured pearls, 8x7mm in size, so quite a significant look. Something a little bit different. I've been looking at pearl suppliers recently. Can't really find anyone that can compete with the prices we bring you, but also they tend to be much more generic in their finish. So you get the classic white pearls, of course, and then you get, you know, right down to the other end of the spectrum, they just jump straight onto Tahitian pearls, and they don't give you this variety that we offer here at JewelleryMaker. Beautiful metallic silver tone on these particular potato pearls. You're not going to be making any mistake of these being classified as faux pearls. They're clearly cultured pearls. You haven't got any imperfections on the surface of a gemstone, but the slight irregularity in the size shows your customers that you're working with the real deal. And often cultured pearls are one of those things that people do tend to maybe save a few pennies here and there by investing in the faux pearls, but I think people ultimately want to own the real deal. Genuine pearls have those associations of sophistication, of status, and luxury, I suppose. On top of that, they are hugely versatile, perfect for everyday pieces, perfect for special event jewellery, and we know that because they have those strong associations with marriage and weddings, that they're perfect for your bridal jewellery as well. These days, I suppose, brides aren't quite so strict in their approach to their attire, so it's not quite as traditional. It doesn't have to be white pearls. There might be slight colour variations, but even if it's for the bridal party or the mother of the bride, you're bound to hit the right note if you're working with cultured pearls, and this just offers you something a little bit different in the metallic silver tone. $14.95 is your price point for your silver pearls this evening. And just to make everybody aware, in case maybe you haven't caught any of the shows over the last week or 2 weeks or so, recently our buying team went out to China to visit our pearl suppliers. These are the same suppliers that we've been dealing with as a company for nearly 10 years now. They also supply our cultured pearls for Gems TV, and they've told us that due to new sanctions being placed on the cultured pearl industry, there is going to be an overall increase in price. That's not just here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, that's going to be across the board, and of course we're probably the only company that's actually sharing that information with you. So we're being upfront, we're telling you you can expect to see an increase towards the end of the year. Right now we're honouring our original pearl prices, so if you do want to replenish your stocks, or maybe these have just taken your fancy, this is going to be the lowest possible price we can offer you on this particular strand, and going forward you can expect to see an increase. We're going to move on. I'm going to give you another opportunity to own possibly the most well-known gemstone on the planet. Have a look at this. I've just noticed this has got a little inclusion in the gemstone. This is what we were talking about earlier. Now, if a master jeweller was to get hold of this particular amethyst, there's no way that it would be used. But as a jewellery maker, you can make a real feature of this little impurity at the base of the gemstone. It's almost like a little moss green here at the bottom of the gemstone. Not a big deal, you've got gorgeous clarity, you've got the purple glow across the strand, but I'm just thinking that's the kind of gemstone which might actually come to the top of the pile for a jewellery maker, because it's so different, and that allows you to create one-of-a-kind jewellery. That's just a little imperfection, a different element that has got involved with the geode while the amethyst crystal formation has been forming. And that slight imperfection is giving you a variation in the colour that you see. Over 100 carats on this particular strand. These are top drilled drops. They range in size from 7x5 to 15x8mm. I suppose all you need to know is that Gemma Crow says you have to have amethyst on your stall. Otherwise, people won't necessarily be aware that you're working with genuine gemstones. People know this gemstone. It's been heavily used by the high street jewellers, but actually it has a very long-standing legacy. It's actually spoken about in the Bible. It's one of the gemstones that was used on the breastplate of Aaron. So you can imagine that for thousands and thousands of years, this has been I was just thinking, like, you know, even thousands of years ago, before they had sort of luxury items that they sort of worked towards, yes, the hierarchy, the noble people at the time would have worn jewellery just to set them apart from, I suppose, the commoners. But, you know, they wouldn't necessarily have had an actual market for luxury items, but even then it was revered as a genuine gemstone, and so that kind of legacy attached to a gemstone makes people sit up and take notice. And so if you're working with amethyst, February's birthstone, then you're bound to make increased sales. And actually it's another gemstone strand where you can really maximize on the profitability, because you could simply use one of these gemstones as a pendant, couldn't you? Each and every one large enough to be the focal point of a design, particularly with that beautifully polished finish. It looks very, very high end. Almost the kind of finish you'd expect to see on a cabochon gemstone, but that's been used on your top jewel drops here. I mean, just look at the saturation of colour. Oops, sorry. Now, I feel like I'm going to get in trouble if I say this, but I think... this is what I was going to say to you. Okay, my producer guessed what I was going to say. I swear that when I was watching over the weekend, I saw a cheeky price slash on this strand, but it might have been a different strand, was it? He's checking. Oh, it was slashed. We have to honour it. It should be $11.95. I wasn't really nervous about saying that in case I got in trouble for saying it on it. $8.95. There you go. So another naughty producer handed you back the equivalent of your P&P, and you know Liam, he's not one to be outdone, and so he's adhered to the rules, which are we have to honour the price slash. We have now handed you back your P&P, but of course it was very, very popular a few days ago, so we only have limited availability on this particular strand now. Over 100 carats of amethyst, a must-have for all jewellery makers, and you can add it to your order right now for $8.95, but that particular price reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes, and I have to say, we're about to bring you another star buy opportunity. The opulence of those regal purples with those golden tones is ridiculous. I'm going to give you a premiere launch price on golden rutile quartz, one of the most collectible gemstones known on the market, and to be honest, the perfect accent for an amethyst, I believe. $8.95 for your amethyst. That's a clearance price available for the next 60 minutes, but right now it's time to launch a premiere strand of golden rutile quartz as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Exciting times because we are about to do our first premiere launch of the evening, and on this occasion, a real collector's favourite. Golden rutile quartz. Now often we have gemstones here which are favoured by jewellery makers because of their associations with crystal healing or other folklore and legend that's attached to the gemstone. Other times it will just be the fact that the gemstone itself is just so beautiful and aesthetically pleasing that people can't resist but add it to their collection. Or of course it might be one of those gemstones that adds something special to your designs. It's individual, it's got character, it allows you to create one-off pieces. On this particular strand, it is ticking every single box. I've been speaking to a few jewellery makers who tell me that really their passion within creating jewellery is the crystal healing side of things, and that quartz is supposed to be a huge amplifier of energies. I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but if that's something you're interested in, apparently quartz, particularly rutile quartz, is popular within this particular sector. On top of that, each and every gemstone is completely individual. This is what makes it popular with gemologists. These little inclusions, they're almost like spun sugar, I think, or it's like needle-like inclusions. I think it's actually been known as Venus hair, is that right? Yeah, Venus hair. So yes, just be like the hair of a goddess placed inside the gemstone. And it's because the inclusions themselves are not only totally individual and unique, but also it does really look like they've been placed there, doesn't it? It looks like they're intended to be there. Now, the GIA is quite hot on this at the moment. This is a bit of a topical point for them. They want to retain the word rutile quartz for this species of the gemstone alone. So they want the other varieties of rutile quartz to be named after the element that provides you with the inclusion. So when you look at black rutile quartz, they want to call that tourmalated quartz because it's tourmaline that gives you the inclusions there. Rutile quartz actually is known as, really the translation is red quartz. Rutile comes from the Latin word for red, and the reason for that is that when this gemstone was first discovered, it's found in a particular rock formation, and the iron content of that rock formation was so rich that it actually glowed red at night. And so the area from which they were mining the rutile quartz was all glowing red because of the iron content, so they called it the red quartz. You see? So that's where the word rutile comes from rather than the actual rutilation itself. But the most famous varieties are red. Those were the first discovered varieties, but I think the most sought after varieties these days are the golden tones. And actually, the owner of the company, Mr. Bennett, does have 2 or 3 examples of rutile quartz in his personal collection of gemstones. If you ever do come down to the studios and you go down to the museum, you'll see that there are 2 or 3 golden rutile quartz sitting alongside the largest cut morganite in the world. So that just goes to show how popular this gemstone is with gemologists and people who are, you know, passionate about owning genuine gemstones. Not only have you got that unique finish and those alternative uses for this variety of quartz, but of course on top of that they have been cut to perfection. Some of our most experienced lapidarists working on these to create those faceted rondelles which so many jewellery makers are confident in incorporating into their designs. And I think that maybe here, while you're looking at the gemstones in the studio, you're not quite getting the opportunity to appreciate the inclusions and those needle-like inclusions that you see within rutile quartz. Can you see those? Looks like, I always describe them as looking like paintbrush strokes. It's like a little work of art from Mother Nature. The faceted rondelles range in size from 6x3 to 10x5 in size, so quite significant looks. I think I've been conditioned to think of this cut for charms by the High Street Charm Shop. So it make gorgeous charms, but actually you could space these out. You could actually sit them flat in a macrame design, and then you really would be maximising on the profitability because you only need probably 4 or 5 sat sideways flat to make a huge impact, of course, because the gemstones themselves are, well, they're going to do all the talking, aren't they? Those needle-like inclusions, those little flashes of gold within that beautiful quartz, it's going to capture people's attention, and I do think that these are going to be very popular with your customers. This is a premiere launch this evening, so as ever we're going to give you an exclusive launch price in 60 minutes. If you want to add golden rutile quartz to your order, it will set you back $14.95. But for the next 60 minutes, here comes our exclusive launch price. $11.95. So we're handing you back the equivalent of your P&P if you want to add golden rutile to your collection. $11.95. Your best possible opportunity to add this to your order. I mean, it could be a sellout this evening. when people start to think about the different crafting options with this particular gemstone, on top of its popularity with gemologists, very, very easy to work with. And of course, you get those golden tones, which are going to be so popular over the summer months. Potentially, as we move into winter, it can add a bit of warmth to your designs as well. And I don't think that we have the opportunity to bring you golden rutile quartz very often. Traditionally, we are able to get hold of the sort of two-tone, the black and white rutile quartz more regularly. But the only other opportunity you have to own golden rutile quartz from our website in a faceted gemstone, the price point is $24.95. So this absolutely epitomises everything we're trying to do here at JewelleryMaker in giving you collectible gemstones, but for the lowest possible price, particularly when you're getting hold of this at our exclusive launch price of just $11.95. Should be $14.95, and in 60 minutes, that is the price point you're going to have to pay right now. Add golden rutile quartz rondelles to your order for just $11.95. Congratulations to everybody taking advantage of this deal. That is a real connoisseur's gemstone strand there, and as ever, it comes from our Gems of Distinction range. So if you consider yourself a gemstone collector and you don't own golden rutile quartz, this is going to be your best opportunity. Best value on the market from us here at JewelleryMaker. Golden rutile quartz, 80 carats for just $11.95. I'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh yes, look at this coming up. Oh my word, we're rocketing through the show, aren't we? In 2 hours time, I'm going to be bringing you this multi-coloured moonstone strand. Love the fact they alternate between the white moonstone and the peach moonstone. Huge amount of adulorescence. Hopefully that's going to come through on screen. Yeah, no problem. Beautiful. So this is coming up in a couple of hours time. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Now we're going from one end of the spectrum to the other here. Those beautiful natural tones that you get from your golden rutile quartz. And then have a look at this. We've enhanced Mother Nature's work here, and we've given it this hot pink coating for your quartz here. $8.95 for faceted rounds, and they range in size. Sorry, they have an irregular size, I should say, of 7.5 mil. So it's not a gemstone cut that we see very often here at JewelleryMaker. Traditionally, we have, you know, even numbers, but here we've got the 7.5 mil rounds. They'd be perfect for macrame bracelets, wouldn't they? Absolutely fantastic. You can imagine those would be popular with the girly girls, maybe, because you've got those neon pinks, almost like sort of a Barbie pink, if you like. Mags, you like this gemstone?
I actually really love pink. I used to have a pink car.
You used to have a pink car this colour?
Yeah.
Neon pink?
Yeah, a little pink Cinquecento called Kylie.
A pink Cinquecento called Kylie. Nice. Pink cars are less likely to be stolen. That's my producer's top tip. I left my first car. It was a Rover Metro called Rio. Actually, my Rio Grande was a turquoise tone. It would have gone perfectly with this. Turquoise and pink cars, eh? We are so cool. That's not really turquoise. It's the closest thing I had. Oh, yeah, there's a little cheeky turquoise bead. Oh, yeah, that's a bit closer, isn't it? It's a carved flower bead. I'm not selling this, by the way. It's just there. It's just there. It's just on the desk. $8.95 right now for 95 carats of your coated quartz here. 7.5 mil is the faceted round size there. Gorgeous. $8.95. We're going to move on. We've seen a few examples earlier this evening of the more traditional variety of amethyst, those regal purples. But many of your customers might not be aware that it also comes in this pastel tone, the apple greens. Faceted rounds here, and they range from 7mm to 9mm. I actually think that the combination of your traditional purple amethyst with the apple greens is a great way to introduce your customers to green amethyst. You might be selling to customers that are very knowledgeable about gemstones, and they might want to get Prasiolite into their collection. Sorry, I should just say that's the other name for green amethyst. It's sometimes referred to as Prasiolite. Now, in order to get hold of a gemstone like this, yes, amethyst is a little bit more readily available than other gemstones, but in order to get jewellery quality amethyst, not always easy. You actually have to excavate the entire geode. You have to cut that out of the whole mine. So what they tend to do is they find a crystal structure within the mine, and then they do a drilling process where they actually drill into the crystal structure from behind, and they see how far down the actual amethyst goes, because if it's just on the base of the geode, then it probably wouldn't give them a large enough yield to make the actual excavation process worth it. So they drill into the mine from behind, they see how far down the amethyst goes. If there's enough there to justify the excavation process, then they'll extract the entire geode from the mine, and then of course they have the rather labour-intensive process of cutting each individual crystal structure out of the geode itself. If you want to create green amethyst, then you have to go one stage further, because we actually create green amethyst by heating up purple amethyst to a very, very high temperature, probably about 450, 500 degrees, and then it takes on this green tone, this pastel apple green shade it's then known as Prasiolite. We've then taken it a next stage, because we have created a huge number of facets on the surface of a gemstone, so it's sparkling beautifully. It's going to create very luxurious jewellery designs. And this evening we are going to honour the original launch price for this strand of amethyst. Currently it is available on our website for $14.95, but we're not going to stay there. Tonight we are determined to find something for everyone and add it to your order price for all of the jewellery makers out there. And my producer just handed you back the equivalent of your P&P. He'll hit his little button and fix that on screen. There you go, $11.95. So we've literally we've just done that same deal actually on golden rutile quartz, haven't we? So it will be launched at $11.95, and it will rise to $14.95, just like the green amethyst. But this evening we've actually given you an exclusive price reduction. All of our price reductions are only available for 60 minutes, so as ever, even if you're caught in two minds, add it to your order and utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee so that you can make an informed decision. I have to say, you actually make a great point. The guys in the gallery are saying, look at these, they're almost like the kind of crystals you'd associate with, you know, generic pictures of a crystal. So when you think about even watching the Crystal Maze, for example, and you've got those traditional faceted finish, that's what you've got here with your green amethyst. So if you are selling to customers or clients who don't necessarily have the same depth of knowledge about the way a gemstone's mined, the way it's cut, polished, faceted, and they're just looking for that traditional look that maybe they've seen on a TV show or even a cartoon, you can still offer them that uniformity if you're working with a cut like this. Faceted rounds of green amethyst for just $11.95. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. No way. Seriously? Okay. I'm mesmerised. Well, the opportunity to bring you orange sapphire. Well, I've never had the opportunity to bring you orange sapphire, I can safely say. And not only are you getting the rich orange and tangerine hues here, you've got a few Padaparacha colours coming through here. Now, this won't be Padaparacha sapphire because that comes from one specific location, but you've certainly got the colour tones. Have a look at that. It's this. They're somewhere in between a pink and an orange of Padaparacha colour sapphire. Hopefully you can see that. There's quite a few. I'm really taken aback because traditionally, of course, people look for the blue tones in sapphires because that's what people associate with sapphire. But connoisseurs within the jewellery world know that the most sought after variety of sapphire is Padaparacha coloured sapphire. It probably attains the highest price points for this particular gemstone. When we talk about jewellery designs, we often refer to four-figure sums. I'll tell you, if you do a little bit of research into Padaparacha sapphire, you're probably going to see a lot of five-figure sums. That's the kind of price points people not only expect to be able to charge, but people will expect to pay five-figure sums to own Padaparacha sapphire. Now, as I say, this isn't that particular variety, but it's the only time I've ever seen those colour tones on a whole strand of sapphires here at JewelleryMaker. And these are your delicate, faceted rondelles. They range in size from 2x1 to 3x1 mil, so quite subtle, but you're going to want to be quite sparing, I imagine, with your orange sapphires. Unbelievable to be able to even bring you this opportunity. Again, I just hope that the owners of the company aren't watching, because I think they'll be scratching their head thinking, why on earth isn't this set into jewellery for Gems TV? Now, if you are interested in purchasing jewellery designs, you can tune into our sister channel, Best Value on the Market for gemstones set into 9 carat, 18 carat gold, even platinum designs I see on Gems TV. Top end jewellery designs, but for the best value on the market. But maybe you want the means to make your own dreams. That's what we're bringing you tonight here on JewelleryMaker. Gems of distinction, strand of orange sapphire. And hold on a second. Mags, get a lovely shot of this orange sapphire. I'm going to run away. I don't want to be associated with this price point. $24.95 for orange sapphire. Liam, what are you thinking of? How dare you take orange sapphire to that price? I just don't want to be associated. Good shot. There you go. That's proof that this is all down to the producer. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me, Governor. Okay, $24.95 for orange sapphire. Very, very exciting. Oh, a happy accident just occurred. Have a look at this. I'm bringing you the perfect accent stone for your orange sapphire as your superstar buy. Well, there's no need for that, boys. Happy accidents. I'll tell you what, if you do want to get involved with this deal, my advice would be dial the free phone number, speak to a member of our award-winning help team. I wouldn't say that you've got to make your decision right now, even though we are getting a little bit limited in availability. I don't want you to feel that pressure. I just want you to think about the idea of owning orange sapphire. So dial the free phone number, speak to a member of the help team, add it to your order. In fact, don't even think about spending a P&P today. So if you haven't already made an order, don't worry about it. Forget about it. If you've already made an order today, so you've paid your $2.95, dial the free phone number, add this to your order, get it home. The 30-day money-back guarantee doesn't kick in until you have this in your hand. When you see this in daylight, when you see the way it sparkles, when you see the rich saturation of colour, when you see those variations with the little pink hues coming through from the oranges, if you don't fall in love with this gemstone strand, send it straight back, and also send me an email, because I want to know what you didn't like about it, because I want to talk to you about this. But I doubt anybody's going to send it back. 15 carats of orange sapphire for $24.95, absolutely ridiculous. And we're going to move on. We're going to try and bring you as many deals as we can this evening. And we're going to bring you another collector's gemstone. I only know that this is a collector's gemstone because it's the only gemstone that collectors have ever approached me about in the street. I was walking into a Gems TV event, but I was still walking down the street. It was. I was walking into the summer ball and somebody's like, Ed, look at my kyanite ring. They're excited. Who wouldn't be to meet me? But I think they're a little more excited about showing off about their kyanite. Now, the reason that kyanite is such a collector's gemstone is because of its rarity. And it's not rare because Mother Nature doesn't create a lot of kyanite, like a lot of gemstones, particularly coloured sapphires at the moment actually. We're getting very low yields, and so the rarity of the gemstone increases. Kyanite, however, is very, very rare, not because Mother Nature doesn't create it, because it's so difficult to get hold of. It forms in quite unique environments. Traditionally, it needs low temperatures but high pressures, and that means high altitude. So it tends to form in high mountain ranges. Traditionally, we mine for kyanite in the Himalayas, in Nepal, and so if you can imagine how difficult it is to mine for any gemstone, but when you think about actually excavating on Mount Everest potentially, that does start to become a little bit of a daunting task, doesn't it? Now, of course, whenever you see in these gemstones, traditionally they're the resources of particular areas, and you know, the local communities do tend to have innovative ways of mining for the gemstones, but it still can't be easy. And it's very, very interesting. It's another gemstone that gets its colour tone and this optical effect, almost a chatoyancy that you see from its inclusions. Again, they're almost needle-like, aren't they? And you can see the way that you get that range of sort of cashmere blues, ranging from into royal blues and even navy blues in your kyanite. I mean, these are almost traditional marquise cuts. They range in size from 9x5 to 15x7. So a traditional jewellery cut, a very wasteful cut of a very high-end and collectible gemstone. 60 carats of kyanite here, currently available from our Gems of Distinction range for $19.95, but we're not staying there tonight. We're about to take this down to the lowest ever price. We want to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and we even want to make the rarest and most collectible gemstones on the planet as affordable as possible, and that's what we've just done. We've taken kyanite to $11.95. You get 60 carats in total. I would use these quite sparingly. Maybe the larger ones as a pendant, the rest as wirework rings. I wouldn't even want to give two away as a pair of earrings. That means Mags is laughing at me. I'm stingy. What are you looking at me like that for? I'm going to make you some ruby jewellery. Unbelievable. She'll believe it when she sees it. Lies. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 wirework gemstone rings. Do not sell your kyanite rings for any less than £20–25 to own a gemstone like kyanite. And I would use the silver plated wire as well to create the ring design, to create that shank or that prong set. Oh, it would probably be quite a traditional prong set because you've got the marquise cut. How many of these have we got? I've sold myself. I want some. Yes, oh brilliant. Okay, so all I've got to do is a star buy and then I can dash out and make a call to the call centre. We'll leave that one there then. Let's do our star buy so I can get some kyanite in my collection. And right now we're about to bring you a wholesale bundle, is that correct? It's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy. Always exciting, and we tend to bring you one of these deals every half an hour. On this occasion, it's a wholesale bundle, and it features 2 essential gemstones for most jewellery makers. You have got your clear quartz and your smoky quartz. Probably 2 of the most popular neutrals available. Now, traditionally, you might not think of these chocolate browns as a neutral colour, but increasingly I'm being told by designers that if you want to tone down your designs and you don't want them to be quite as hard hitting, rather than using a jet black gemstone, you can use smoky quartz, and it gives you a bit more of a subtle tone, and it will go with literally any other gemstone. These are faceted rondelles, but they do range in size from 3x2 to 5x3. It's a 30cm strand, so you're getting a huge amount of gemstones on the strand itself. And then the ultimate neutral gemstone, clear quartz, 50 carats in total, and again, these have very subtle graduation. They range from 4 to 5 mil, so not really visible by the naked eye, but there is a slight variation, so we want to make you aware of that. I'll just show you the fact these are 30cm strands, and because they're more delicate cuts, look how many gemstones you've got there. Huge amount of scope for all your jewellery makers out there. In fact, I know that smoky quartz is very popular with your customers, because that neutral tone doesn't just carry into your jewellery designs, but of course with people's outfits as well. So a lot of people like to wear the smoky quartz, and you can wear it year round, can't you? The beautiful thing about that is, thanks to Deb Rudge's innovative ring design, you could actually create a beautiful piece of jewellery, and you only need to use, what, 4 or 5 of these, because they're slightly broader than the ones that Deb used. 1, 2, okay, I've got 6 there. I think that looks about representative of what Deb used in her ring design. There you go. And if you do get hold of the gold-plated ribbon cord endings that she used to create the traditional shoulders of the ring, I think personally yellow gold tones and smoky quartz go together perfectly. So 2 real essential must-have strands for all of the jewellery makers out there. I mean, the clear quartz tends to be popular with people who have bridal commissions, doesn't it? But we don't see plain rounds very often. Thanks, Pete. Pete's on fire. He found the Deb Rudge design. There you go. So if you wanted to recreate that, actually, something I haven't considered before, look at this combination of colours, the browns and the purples. And it does work, doesn't it, with those golden tones. Beautiful. So you can easily recreate that design. And yeah, as I say, they're a little broader than the one she's. I said 6. Jim says, that's a great idea. So you could set 1 smoky quartz in the centre and accent it with a couple of your clear quartz perhaps, or vice versa. Lots of design scope. That's what we're looking to provide you with our wholesale bundles. Both strands coming from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones. So you have to pick one of these. I'm joking. You don't have to pick one. Both have been bundled together. That's why we've created this unique discount code available for the next 60 minutes. You can add Gems of Distinction, smoky quartz and clear quartz to your order for $6.95. £3.50 for this strand of clear quartz. Just have a look at the clarity that you've got on this clear quartz. You'd be hard pushed to find this in a master jeweller's. I mean, look at that. Absolutely going to enhance any design. You know what? I've just thought of something. Just because of the imagery that this is making me think of, if you're creating the wirework bouquets, have you seen these, Mags? No. Okay, so design of the year. You know, I was talking about the end of year award ceremony. We did a design of the year, and Gemma Crow created a wire work bouquet of flowers. So all of the flowers made out of wire. I think it was actually a bridal commission. I can't understand why anybody would have real flowers once I saw it. But I'm thinking, you know the little spray you get, or little drops of dew? Yeah? That's just the way I'm seeing the clear quartz. £3.50 for gems of distinction strands of quartz here. Clear quartz and smoky quartz. I have to admit, I'm a little bit shocked. Either the phone lines aren't working, or everybody's fallen asleep in the heat. Get on the phone lines right now. We're going to be hard pushed to offer you better value than this evening. Where does your perfect Pinto name come from for this bundle? Say that again. Oh, Pinto is a brown and white horse. So that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect Pinto sense. Huge amount of both smoky quartz and clear quartz there for £6.95. It's actually an offensive price point. So if you do want to add that to your order, it's available for the next 60 minutes. Easily the best value we can bring you this evening for those two strands. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals, including the premiere launch of 2 different strands of Moonstone. So don't go away.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumihimo introductory DVD. The easy to follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker are having a web exclusive sale on 925 sterling silver. Head over to our website now and take advantage of up to 75% off. All stock must go, but be quick because if you miss it, you'll miss out. Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting times, and one of which is the premiere launch of Rainbow Moonstone. It's coming up in less than 20 minutes time. You can see those little flashes of agilurescence, that little bit of colour play that you associate with this gemstone. June's birthstone. And you've got faceted rounds here of Rainbow Moonstone. We don't see faceted rounds very often in this particular gemstone. So those beautiful electric blue flashes that you associate with the gemstone. Oh yeah, very prominent, even in our studio lighting. Perfect. That's coming up in 20 minutes time as our next star buy. And as our superstar buy, another variety of Moonstone, but this time in plain rounds. And you've got your Rainbow Moonstone and your Peach Moonstone all on one strand here. So that's coming up at the end of the show, so about an hour and a half to go for that one. We're going to move on though. Before that, we're going to find you as many deals as possible. I knew you were going to go for that. It's the Mystic Quartz. I would probably describe this as like peacock coated quartz. As it says dark green, but that doesn't really represent the blues and the purples that you've got in here as well. So this is another one for Participation Pete, so he can get on with his peacocking and attract a mate. He says he's beating them off with a stick. He doesn't need to attract anymore, ladies. They get it? You can understand. Look at him. He's a hunk. He's a real hunk. And a musical talent. We've all heard his lyrical miracle on our birthday show. We might get Pete to sing that another day. Oh, he just broke into it. He nearly sang it. He's teasing me. Hey?
They're saying not to sing it.
Telling him not to sing it?
Yeah.
Get out here, Pete. Look at him, he's so tempted. Get out here, sing your song. Come on, it's the birthday song here on JewelleryMaker.
Oh no.
Now, I have to say, that, yeah, I'm getting a little bit upset. The mid-show are acting like Pete belongs to them, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
That Helena. He's all mine. Participation Pete, give us a blast of the song you wrote.
Okay, all right. Ba 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 ba. JewelleryMaker. They're laughing at my head.
I bet they are. We're all a comedian, mate. We're all having a good laugh. I don't think you hit the note that you hit on May the 4th there. No.
Yeah.
We'll let you do your vocal warm-ups next time. I thought that might be the case. Okay, $7.95 is the price point for your peacock quartz here. 8mm plain rounds, and you can see those flashes of colour there, the lime greens, beautiful blue tones, as well as the rich, almost amethyst purples. And because of the way that this has been treated, because this is a coating that's been placed on the gemstone afterwards, it almost looks like it is held on the surface of a gemstone, almost like the play of oil on water, like little mini bubbles. So they could be used in quite fun contemporary designs, but because you've got that classic colour combination of the purples, the greens and the blues, they could actually fit in quite nicely in more classic looks, so more elegant, timeless looking designs. At $7.95, it's another must-have, 140 carats in total. And it is proven to be very, very popular. So if you want to get involved, you know what to do. Dial that free phone number or click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. We'll leave that one and move on. I'm now going to move on to these lapis lazuli pendants. Now, they do have a sort of cabochon-like feel to them. They don't have the domed finish that we associate with a cabochon, but cabochon is actually a reference to a polishing technique, and so they are cabochons, but they're not the traditional domed kind, just in case anybody's thinking that they have that dome. They do have a flat finish. Lapis lazuli, you get 300 carats, and the cabochons range in size from 30 by 18 to 40 by 22. I don't think we can guarantee exactly how many cabochons you're going to get. I think we guarantee the carat weight, so it could vary very slightly. Here we've got 7. You might find that you get 6, but there, of course, the carat weights will be bigger. You might get 8. You might get one that's slightly lower carat weight. So 300 carats is what you are guaranteed with this item. And of course, that's the most traditional way to classify gemstones. And I love the polished finish on this lapis lazuli. Actually, how convenient. Look at this. I've got my lapis lazuli tie on. That is really similar, isn't it? My director just said, oh, imagine if somebody made you some cufflinks out of these. Then you could wear them with this tie. That was the extent of his idea there. I think he ran out of steam quite quickly with that concept. Yeah, I'm going to just try and find a way to display all of these at once, because you've got quite a lot of carat weight here, 300 carats in total. Cabochons are really popular these days. And as I spoke about earlier, I used to be the manager of the channel. I have to say, when I first took over, we weren't quite as structured as we are now, and so I'd have to have a look at a lot of different products on a regular basis, and I offered a lot of the designers, do you know what, they're so smooth the way they've been polished, they keep sliding down. I'm just trying to give people an idea of everything they're going to get here, but it's not really working. So I'm going to pick up another cabochon. You get 300 carats in total. On this particular item, I've got 7 gemstones. As I say, could vary very slightly. But you can see how popular that colour combination is, because I'm wearing it this evening. Those rich royal blues with the golden inclusions, those are actually pyrite inclusions. Pyrite is predominantly iron, and so this is the inclusion of iron when the lapis lazuli has been forming, that gives you these little golden flashes on the surface of the gemstone. Quite a luxurious look, of course, because lapis lazuli famously associated with the ancient Egyptians, in particular Cleopatra, and famously she sort of ground this gemstone up and wore it as eyeshadow, but they also set it into jewellery designs. It was only Cleopatra who, you know, had the sort of status where she could say, you know, grind some of that up, I'm going to paint my face with it. Other noble people would have been like, oh, I'm not going to, I'm going to set it into gold and wear it. So lapis lazuli, hugely revered for a long, long time. And as I was saying, when I first took over as a manager, sort of just to give my my designers a little test, I gave them all like specific items that I wanted them to work with. The cabochons weren't hugely popular at the time, and I think that people were yet to develop ways of integrating them into their designs. But as wirework became more popular, and then with the arrival of soutache, cabochons now are hot property. You're hard pushed to find them on our website because they sell out so quickly, particularly in these traditional colour tones, traditional gemstones as well. Lapis lazuli has been popular at JewelleryMaker since day one. Just to be clear, they're not the same on both sides. They have a frosted finish on the back. So we just had somebody ask that question. That's a great question to ask. You can see they've got that muted finish on the back. Actually, could be a benefit to jewellery makers because the decision's made for you in terms of the creative process. You can get your felt onto that back. It's going to be very, very easy to put that. So you get your little bit of felt on the back and set them into a soutache design. Actually, I'm just thinking, as part of our 5-strand super saver, how about this as your accent gemstone? And we've just done the first ever price reduction, I prefer, on the lapis lazuli cabochon. Sorry, I'm not talking, but it's because I'm trying to put these seed beads around here. This is how soutache workers must feel. There you go. Ah, I knew it. There you go. So that's coming up as part of the 5-strand super saver in a short while. So if you are looking for some seed beads to accent your cabochons within soutache designs, we have got those for you as well. We just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket, and not for the first time this evening. So if you are interested in owning 300 carats of lapis lazuli in these gorgeous cabochons, which do have that flat finish, you can own them right now for £9.95. Of course, that price reduction only available for 60 minutes. Lots and lots of people coming through on the free phone number. Make sure if you've placed them in your basket that you check out right now, because we have created a short queue, and I'd hate for anybody to miss out if they are really, you know, interested in owning 300 carats of lapis lazuli. If you've placed them in your basket, you need to check out right now. We've never taken this array of lapis lazuli to a price point of under £10, but tonight the first ever price reduction is available, but only for 60 minutes. We'll leave that one with you and we'll move on. Ooh. Look at this. These almost have a cabochon-like feel to them, actually. They're very large, polished ovals of amazonite. The amazonite itself is some of the highest quality amazonite I've ever seen. And I don't mean here at JewelleryMaker, I mean in the whole industry. You know, I've spent 3 years working on our sister channel, Gems TV, and I don't think I ever saw higher quality amazonite even set into traditional jewellery design. So if you do like working with this gemstone, if it is a gemstone that you have an association with, then I have to say this is some of the most high quality amazonite I've ever seen. It's actually named amazonite because it was originally discovered close to the Amazon River. And you'll find that with gemstones, a lot of the time, they are either named after the person who discovered them or the region in which they're discovered. We do find amazonite in other parts of the world, so that's not the only region where you can find this gemstone, but that's where it was originally discovered, and therefore it's named after the famous river, the Amazon. But just have a look at this. Because of the way it's been polished, and because of the high quality that you've got there, now it does look a little bit like the light's reflecting there, but can you just look at the bottom of the gemstone? You can see very slight inclusions. Those are different elements that are almost giving you a glitter-like effect. I'm thinking a wirework ring and then a little bit of movement. It's very irritating because I need the light source so that you can see that little bit of sparkle, but as soon as I do that, then it's so bright that it reflects on the surface of the polished gemstone. It really highlights the quality of the gemstone, but it also backs up what we always say. Oh, actually, I think I might have just got it. There you go. You see that little silver shimmer? Almost looks like sunlight when it hits the surface of the water, doesn't it? Rich pastel greens here. In fact, you know what? These are amazonite greens. That's the colour tone that I associate with this gemstone. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It's very, very high quality. It's actually our elite variety of amazonite, but we've taken it down to a very, very affordable price point. $7.95, sorry, for 90 carats of amazonite. Absolutely phenomenal. And we're going to leave that one with you because we've got so many opportunities to get through before we bring you our next star buy, which will, of course, be the premiere launch of this Rainbow Moonstone. This is pretty high quality in itself. Whew. Look at that. Gorgeous. So that's coming up in about 5 minutes time, so not long to wait. Before that though, we're going to give you an essential finding. My favourite metal tone. Is that what you said? Okay, sorry. I think I might need to go for a hearing test. Can't hear a thing. Right, have a look at this. Now, my favourite metal tone is rose gold. The reason for that is the options it gives us, really, as jewellery makers. It works perfectly in vintage looks, and it also works very well with the most popular wire tones, so your coppers, your antique bronze, as well as your gold and your silver. But the beauty of it is that if you set it with certain gemstones, it will provide you with warmth, and if you set it with the more icy tones, if you set it with the icy tones, it will give you warmth. If you set it with the more vibrant tones, it can actually tone down the colours that you see in the gemstones. So very, very versatile, and I think as jewellery makers, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for components and gemstones that give us design opportunities. And you actually get 100 rose gold plated sterling silver crimp beads. I mean, this shows a real attention to detail. Often you won't even see the crimp bead within your design, but when you're working to a very high level, when you're trying to establish yourself as, you know, a high-end jewellery designer, and you want to start achieving premium price points, you really want to be working with semi-precious metals from start to finish, don't you? And of course you've got, I suppose, a little bit more confidence in charging those higher price points if you are offering your customers precious metals, even on your crimp beads. These are slightly larger than a normal crimp bead. They're 3 by 1.5 mil in size. We've got to bring the reduced price on screen because it's almost sold out of the original price. Don't panic if you came through early. Everyone will now pay the same final low price of just $6.95, down from $9.95. So once again, producer Liam handing you back the equivalent of your P&P. 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker of just $2.95. As part of this particular deal, you do get 100 crimps, and that is the equivalent of 3 grams of rose gold plated sterling silver. Of course, you're not going to include a gram weight when you're selling your designs, particularly not on crimp beads, but for you as a jewellery maker, gives you an idea of the kind of price points that you might be able to achieve if you're working with precious metals. When you think, well, I'm getting 3 grams of rose gold plated silver for $6.95, it might help you to establish a selling price for your design. If you are taking into account all of the ingredients that you're using, it's not just about your gemstones, you also have to establish the kind of price point that you want to achieve when you're working with premium metal tones and precious metals. Not just sterling silver here, but rose gold plated sterling silver. Of course, we're expecting to see the price on gold increase over the coming months because we're not finding new deposits of this precious metal, and the opportunities to actually get hold of gold are becoming much more limited. And of course, with anything in the jewellery industry, the rarer it becomes, the higher the price point, and of course the more sought after it is from buyers. So people are going to want to own gold as soon as they hear that it's becoming difficult to get hold of. More people are going to want it. That's going to drive the price up. We expect to see an increase in price. Of course, the price of gold does fluctuate from hour to hour, really, based on, you know, worldwide trading. But I'm talking about the base price for a gram of gold. We are expecting to see an increase. So any opportunity you get to invest in gold-plated sterling silver from us here at JewelleryMaker before that increase takes place, I would snap it up, particularly if we're giving you a clearance price. I've got people multi-buying this particular item left, right and centre. I'm not surprised. It does represent the best value on the market, and actually I doubt there's many suppliers that actually supply you with rose gold plated sterling silver crimp beads, but that's just what we do here at JewelleryMaker. We bring you top end findings that will allow you to elevate your designs onto that next level while still charging your customers affordable price points. So, you know, it just might be your opportunity to set yourself apart from other designers who are working with base metals, because you're not just working with a semi-precious metal, you're working with precious gold as well. absolutely allows you to justify your price points, achieve a more high-end look, and potentially charge premium prices for your jewellery designs. $6.95 is the clearance price for your rose gold plated sterling silver crimp beads, and we go straight into our next star buy, which is a premiere launch of Rainbow Moonstone. Another very popular gemstone here at JewelleryMaker because, of course, it also represents an optical phenomenon known as Iridescent. 70 carats in total of faceted moonstone rounds, and actually this is a cut that we do not see very often within this gemstone. Traditionally top drill drops I see. So the opportunity to own moonstone in the faceted rounds I believe is going to be very, very popular. Just have a look at the Iridescent you've got there. I've just noticed traditionally we see those electric blues. Have a look at this here. Sort of lime green and a golden tone. Now the reason that we can see this, and I suppose gemologists out there will be aware of this, but look at, actually when I look a little closer at that, that is a little rainbow, because there's an orange, a blue, a green and a golden tone in there. Now the reason you can see these little flashes of colour, it's quite simple science really. Basically when moonstone forms, it actually comes to fruition from a number of different elements being involved, and therefore when the light enters the gemstone it will travel through those elements at different speeds. The light sort of is caught inside the gemstone. As it bounces around it creates this colour play known as Iridescent, and actually it was originally thought that these were shards of moonlight placed inside the gemstone by the lunar gods. This is a theory that was developed by the ancient Romans, and they've started setting moonstone into jewelry designs in 100 AD. So when we talk about a gemstone having a rich heritage and a legacy attached to it, moonstone definitely fits the bill. Now, obviously nowadays, I've just described the scientific reason for that play of colour, and you know, we have all the gizmos and gadgets to discover these things, but if you take it back to the reason that people appreciated the gemstone in 100 AD, it's because of that optical phenomenon. It captures people's imagination. It really epitomises the mystical feeling that we actually associate with genuine gemstones. Even today, I think people still have that little link with nature, that mystical feel that they want to really hold in their hand, and this is a tangible way of experiencing the beauty and the phenomenons that Mother Nature has to offer us. 70 carats in total, a unique cut for your rainbow moonstone. We don't see faceted rounds very often. A very slight graduation, ranges from 5mm up to 8mm. And of course another opportunity to add a birthstone to your Gems of Distinction collection. Now I know that some people will be thinking, well, this is June's birthstone and it's July now. I can tell you now, I attend a lot of craft fairs, just doing my own research, and I'm sure a lot of people whose birthdays are in June go to craft fairs. Even though it's not my birthday, if I saw some rainbow moonstone jewellery, I'd be drawn to that instantly. It's my birthday and I'm wearing it today. There you go, you can see. Wearing it in my cufflinks, you can see I've got a little bit of Iridescent in mine. Probably the same depth of Iridescent you've got there. I've only got one colour tone. I've only got the purples. Look here, you've got a whole spectrum of colour there. You see that? Boom, a little rainbow living inside that one. Gorgeous. There it is. 70 carats in total, and this is a premiere launch this evening. Your first, could be your last opportunity to own this strand of Rainbow Moonstone. Very, very high quality. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range, the top quality moonstone that we can source for you, and I think that's evident not only in the cut itself, but in the amount of adulorescence we've seen here. We often struggle to show you the adulorescence, but we haven't had that problem with this particular strand, have we? Absolutely beautiful. You can see there a little mini rainbow there. Apricot tones and blues and greens there coming through from the gemstone. It's never going to reach its full potential inside our studios, and it's because of the lighting. When you see this in the flesh, you're going to fall in love with it, especially when you consider that you've only parted with £10 to get 70 carats of Rainbow Moonstone. As ever, that is our exclusive launch price this evening for this premiere strand of Moonstone. If you do want to be working with one of these mystical stones that has that optical phenomenon, this is the one to go for. And apparently we've had a few gemologists, I would describe you as, checking to ask what family Rainbow Moonstone falls into. It's part of the Feldspar group of gemstones, so a relative of Labradorite, for example. Basically means that they're sedimentary rocks, and they have a particular chemical composition that identifies them as part of the Feldspar family. So Labradorite and Moonstone both fall into that family, and of course you've got very similar optical effects from those two gemstones. Actually, when I was talking on Facebook to people about why they favoured Labradorite so much, a lot of people were saying, just like Rainbow Moonstone, it sells. So I'm led to believe that Rainbow Moonstone is a hugely profitable gemstone to work with if you are selling your designs at traditional craft fairs. $9.95 is our price point this evening for a premiere strand, and there are so many people on the phone lines that producer Liam wants to thank everybody for sticking with us tonight. He's just given you an exclusive price reduction. Now, everybody who'd already came through, don't panic. You're all going to pay the same final low price now of just $7.95. I'll be honest with you, and I probably shouldn't say this actually. I'm going to say it. We've actually had more expensive strands from our Elite range of Gems of Distinction range of Moonstone that haven't had as much adulorescence as this, and they've been plain top drilled drops, and I know that those are very favourable, but faceted rounds are actually a harder cut to come by in this gemstone than the top drilled drops. And yeah, as I say, I think that we've brought you Rainbow Moonstone in the past from our Gems of Distinction range for much, much higher price points that haven't displayed as much adulorescence as this. So at that exclusive price point of $7.95, I'll be shocked if we have any returns. We are now approaching limited availability on this particular strand. If you want to add it to your order, if you want to make the most of that price point this evening, then you need to be dialing that free phone number. Just $7.95. And a lot of people now upping their order from 1 to 2. Most people taking 2 strands now at that price point. $7.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of Rainbow Moonstone. We'll leave it on with you. Don't forget, if you do love Moonstone, coming up as our superstar buy in just over an hour's time, multicoloured Moonstone. Rainbow Moonstone and Peach Moonstone on one strand here. Absolutely gorgeous. Polished plain rounds, and that's coming up at the end of the show. Coming up at the top of the hour, your opportunity to get hold of the best value of the night, a 5-strand super saver. Before that though, we've got a few more deals to get through. And now, whoa. Oh, could you grab that orange sapphire from before? Sorry Pete, thank you. I'm just thinking, they're a match made in heaven. 2 varieties of sapphire here. You've got the most sought after colour range in terms of those Panaparacha tones from your orange sapphire, and then the classic midnight blue sapphires in your faceted rondelles as well. Have a look at this for a combination. Just to warn you, we only have single figures of availability on the blue sapphire. Look at that for a combination. Oh yes. If you know somebody whose birthday falls in September, you've got to be grabbing both of these. My producers just let me know. Our hands are tied. We have to bring you an exclusive price reduction on a Gems of Distinction strand, which features 15 carats of blue sapphire, faceted to perfection. Look, this is the colour tone people associate with sapphire. I'm just going to move out the way because my ties are the same colour, just so you can get an appreciation. Now, we only have a handful available. We had 5, we're down to 4 already. Should be available at $24.95. I actually think that's a steal. This is obscene. That's no word to be using. That's less than £1 a carat. Oh my word. Seriously, these sapphires are such high quality, you would not flinch if you saw these set into 18 karat gold. That's the kind of quality we're talking about here. Okay, we've got more takers than strands available. You can understand that when we only started with single figures of availability. I'm going to leave that one there so that we don't disappoint anyone, and we're going to move on. Wow. Even I'm shocked at what we just did there. I'll tell you what, I have to say, I've been presenting for a year on JewelleryMaker, and the quality of gemstones that we're bringing you has absolutely shot through the roof in that last 12 months. I remember, I think it might have been, it's going to have been like the 28th, 29th of December. I remember you and I doing a show together, Liam, where we had Sky Blue Topaz that you and I were excited about, and it didn't have anywhere near this saturation of colour. Honestly, this is the beauty of the buying power we have here at JewelleryMaker. It's twofold. It's partly thanks to your loyal custom and the way we've been supported by you over the last 4 years, the way our audience has grown, but also through our long-standing links with the Genuine Gemstone Company. So Gems TV, our sister channel, has been dealing directly with the mine owners for nearly 10 years, and that's given us a little in there so we can cut out all the middlemen and deal directly with mine owners as well. We've got buying offices all over the world. It allows us not only to give you the most competitive prices, but also to continually improve the quality of the gemstones we're offering you. It's one of the things that we're dedicated to doing, and of course, when you've got suppliers and mine owners from all over the world desperate to work with you, you know that not only are you going to get the best deal, but you're going to get the best quality, and that is absolutely reflected in this strand of blue topaz. Now, it's another gemstone that I think a lot of people will be aware of because it is so heavily used on the open market. Particularly high street jewellers use a lot of topaz in their designs. And if you want to get an insight into how topaz is used by the industry, do your own research. All you're going to have to do right now, go to a search engine, write topaz jewellery. Every single design you see is going to feature this colour tone. They're all going to be this colour tone. And it's to do with the different processes we use in to heat topaz, and so basically you can create the blue topaz at a lower temperature, and so they tend to rely on that. But actually, it's pretty fantastic, isn't it? Because you get those icy tones, particularly if you facet it, you get that gorgeous sparkle as well, that traditional look that many jewellery makers are looking for. But here, you can offer them a gemstone that they're going to have seen day in, day out on the high street, they're going to be aware of, and therefore they're going to be more comfortable parting with cash when they see your bespoke design. I love this. Absolutely fantastic. Very, very consistent depth of colour across the entire strand here. Can only be described as sky blue. Currently available on our website for $17.95, and the rondelles themselves range in size from 5x3 to 9x6, so quite significant look. And my producer is about to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P. Oh, can you just click the button? There you go. $14.95. So we're handing you back the equivalent of your P&P. Of course, any reduction is going to make a difference to a jewellery maker, especially if you're selling your designs, because of course it allows you to increase your potential profit margins if you are taking advantage of the price reductions. Even better value than we were already offering you for a huge carat weight of topaz here, 90 carats in total. Should be $17.95. In 60 minutes, it will return to that price, but right now, you can make the most of your 1 P&P per day by adding this to your order for just $14.95. We'll leave that one with you. We'll move on. And, whoa. I was going to say a strand of opal. It's more like a skipping rope of opal. I won't try and skip with it. It's a little bit too prestigious. Holy guacamole. How did you wrestle this off, Becky? Ah, there's only limited availability on this strand. I'll tell you what, when you think of opal, you think of this colour play. Now, traditionally, you're going to see the lime green and the tangerine swirls. Very, very rarely do you see purple opalescence. This has a variety of different names, sometimes known as pinfire, traditionally known as opalescence. It's all to do with the way opal actually forms. We were talking about it earlier. We were talking about it in reference to Mexican fire opal. And the thing about Mexican fire opal is that you don't get this colour play, because the idea is that Mexican fire opal has cooled very quickly due to the inclusion of water or silica that speeds up the cooling process and therefore doesn't allow the gemstone to form this lattice crystal structure. Traditionally, however, opal forms because lava is cooling very slowly, and so over a long period of time, the lava will slowly cool, and then you still have water, and it's to do with the water content that you actually get the lattice structure. It actually sort of invades the crystal formation. So as the crystal starts to form, you get, just like you would see if you had a leak and water starts running in, it runs into the crystal formation and it's trapped inside. And therefore, when the light hits the gemstone, it's bent inside the gemstone by the water content. And so, again, much like you're seeing on your Moonstone, for example, the light is then trapped inside the gemstone and it gives you this colour play. It's probably a little bit more complicated than that, but hopefully that gives you an idea of how the pinfire comes to fruition. As ever, our studio lighting is not doing this justice. I mean, these are the kind of opals that you would see in a museum, the colour play you've got, that pinfire. Oh, half the stock's already been allocated. We haven't even brought the price on screen. I'm just trying to isolate some of that pinfire. I mean, you've got it in abundance on each and every gemstone. And apart from anything else, you've got over 1/2 metre of opal. Sounds ridiculous. You just don't normally classify gemstones in length. Like, yeah, 1/2 metre of opal, anyone? Whoa, you seen those greens there? That's all opalescence. Have a look at that. It was this little segment here, wasn't it? Wow. There you go, you've got that little lime green flash there. That's traditional opalescence. That's what I can see on every gemstone. It is $49.95, and I have to say, for 1/2 metre of opal displaying this much pinfire, that is an absolute bargain. I've been using that word more and more on the show, and it's just because of the value we offer here at JewelleryMaker. It does look to me like this is going to be a sellout strand this evening, and I'm not surprised that this is popular with jewellery makers, because as we say, a lot of the time your customer base will be a little more in tune with the whole crystal healing side of things and the more sentimental associations with gemstones, I always think of opal as a hugely emotive and sentimental gemstone. And you can see that these smaller spheres here, these polished rondelles, really are allowing that colour play because of the way the light is being angled within the gemstone. We now only have 2 half-metre strands of opal remaining in stock. How ridiculous does that sound? Half a metre of opal. Absolutely out of this world. We're going to move on though, and we are going to bring you another example of opal. Again, it's traditional Ethiopian jelly opal, and again, you've got a huge amount of colour play. You haven't got quite as many gemstones here. This is a little bit more delicate. It does, of course, come from our Gems of Distinction range because I mean, this, I think it might be the cut here. You've got top drilled drops. I mean, this absolutely represents a jelly opal because of the feel and the look, and there you go. It's really allowing that pinfire to come to life, isn't it? You've only got a limited number. You've got 10 carats in total. And on this particular strand, the 10 carats is spread over 24 gemstones. I mean, that is just 12 pairs of opal earrings, isn't it? I would say these are, I mean, they're close to museum quality opals, the kind of colour play you'd associate with top end opal. And yeah, shall I? I'll tell you a little story, but it does involve me and Liam being really naughty, although we didn't get to be naughty. No. He basically says, this looks as high quality as the opal ring that we should have bought. We found an opal ring in the jewellery shop, in the JewelleryMaker shop, which has sort of leftover goods that aren't going to be auctioned on Gems TV or JewelleryMaker. They're taking up too much space in the warehouse. They make their way to the JewelleryMaker shop at a marked down price. Well, I don't know who did the pricing on this opal ring, but it had, did it have 8? I think it had 8 or 9 opals, top quality opals, Mags, seriously. We were just basically going to buy it and pop the 9 opals out, sell them individually. They were that high quality. We would have doubled our money on the price of the ring with one gemstone, I guarantee you. I don't know who did the pricing, it was out of this world. Say again? The opals were just out of this world. They looked exactly like this. This is the kind of pinfire that we were looking at that got us so het up about the design itself. So we came up with our little money-making scheme. The next day we came in and the ring was gone. If you were on the workshop and you bought an amazing quality opal ring, have you really?
No.
Ah, wind up. Give that boy a coconut. He's a wind-up merchant. Right, okay. If you do want the opportunity to own this incredible strand of opal, start dialing that free phone number right now. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Probably the highest quality opal I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. I've actually sold opal designs for 4-figure sums on our sister channel, Gems TV. You could create 12 pairs of earrings, droplet style earrings. Even if you set these, I mean, I would always set opal of this quality into at least sterling silver. And actually, I think that the colour tones would suit silver better than gold, but that's just my own personal preference. But if you're working with sterling silver filings, you set this opal into those traditional droplet style earrings, £20 a pair. You're going to make your money back off 4 gemstones. That means you can keep all of the rest to make jewellery designs for yourself. Unfortunately, as ever, because opal is such a well-known and popular gemstone, we only have a limited number. We probably only were able to get hold of a limited number, so it's probably a limited edition strand to begin with. And of course, now that it's here featuring on the Late Show, this is a last of stock opportunity. Again, my advice is to get it home, see it in the flesh. I mean, actually, for once, even our studio lights can't affect the quality of this opal. You can see that pin fire left, right and centre. Now we are approaching very, very limited availability. We've got 2 strands remaining in stock. I personally wouldn't dilly-dally with this one. I would get it home. Once you've seen it in the flesh, you can be confident that you're making an informed decision, but if you're trying to look through the screen to appreciate an optical effect, it's probably not going to show you the same strength in depth as you'd expect to see when you look at this gemstone in the flesh. We're going to give you one more opal opportunity. We tried to find something for everyone this evening. And here we've got the faceted variety. Rondelles this time. The exact same variety. Probably actually comes from the same mine, I would say, because the owner of the company, Steve Bennett, actually deals quite closely with the mine owners in Ethiopia, and we do source our opal directly from the mine. Allows us, of course, not only to get the best possible price points for opal, but also to get the highest grade opals available. And that's, I believe, what we've got here. Surprised that we were able to get any of this. Look at that, can you see that? Oh yeah, it's absolutely coming through. You can see it on every single gemstone. I'm going to pick one. This is my favourite. Oh, that's a bit annoying because look at that. That's a real glow in the studio, but it's not coming through with quite the same strength on your screen. The producer and director saying, wow, look at that, that's pretty good. Liam, come out here for 1 second and just see it in the flesh so you can get a true appreciation of what I'm looking at, because this, there it looks like quite a pastel green and orange. This is a neon orange and green that I can see on that gemstone. Can you see that?
Whoa. Okay, that's not pretty good. That's really good.
Ridiculously
Wow,
good.
that's incredible.
Thank you, sir. There you go. So he was getting excited already, but now that he's seen it in the flesh, and that is what you've got to do. Start dialing that free phone number. Use your 30-day money-back guarantee to get this particular strand home. See it in the flesh. It's totally ridiculous. Top-end opal, sourced directly from the mine in Ethiopia, and of course, Ethiopian opal tends to display some of the rarer colour tones. So we traditionally see greens, oranges are a little rarer. To see purple tones is almost unheard of, but you've got them on this particular strand. I don't know how it's managed to make its way onto JewelleryMaker, but it just had a brainwave. The Deborah ring. Probably I would put 4 or 5 Ethiopian opals. Those are going to sell every single day. £25–30 ring designs there. I would use sterling silver findings at least, if not gold plated. Spectacular. And what a great opportunity to own October's birthstone, one of the most popular gemstones on the market. I'll have to leave that one with you now at $34.95. Congratulations to everybody who just added a real collector's gemstone to their order. We're going to move on because it's now time to bring you another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. We're really going to go from one end of the spectrum to the other here. So we've just offered you top-end Ethiopian opal, sourced directly from the mine, and I suppose you could see them as more considered price points, although it is unbelievable value to see half a metre of Ethiopian jelly opal for under £50. Something doesn't add up, but we're trying to find something for everyone. We're trying to allow each and every jewellery maker out there to maximise not only on their 1p and p per day, but of course to give you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. We're about to do that now by creating a 5-strand super saver. Now, I have to tell you, we used to bring you 10-strand super savers and it became almost impossible to put them together. So we started to bundle 5 strands together, but still offer you the same wholesale deal, so the exact same value but on 5 strands. We're getting to the point now where it's pretty difficult to put together 5-strand super savers. So this could be the last of its kind that you see for some time. In the next few months, I expect to see an influx of more affordable gemstones, and we'll start to put together these larger wholesale bundles again. But for the coming weeks or months, we're not expecting to be able to put these together. So if you do want to maximise on the value that we offer you here on The Late Show, I would start dialing now and snap up your 5-strand super saver. Very, very popular gemstones we've included for what could be considered a little bit of the finale for a little short time. We've got your irregular rondelles of Labradorite here. They've been described as plain bicones, but I think when people are investing in bicones, they want that traditional cut, don't they? They want those angled shapes. These are, I would suppose they're like organic bicones, if you like. They've got more of an irregular shape to them. It does give you 50 carats of Labradorite though, because this is a 30 centimetre strand. We continue with the Labradorite because we've got your plain rounds here. Those are gorgeous. Those are 4mm plain rounds. You can imagine those are going to be popular. Perfect for soutache, bead loom, kumihimo macrame, wire work, and of course classic beading. Another gemstone offering you that optical effect because we've got more rainbow moonstone. Again in your plain rounds, 4mm. Oh, can you imagine a little macrame bracelet, Labradorite moonstone. Oh, that'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Gemstones that have that optical effect always increase your sales. That's what I'm told by jewellery makers, not my words, the words of my friends on Facebook. And then have a look at this. If you do enjoy working with the more delicate cuts within those disciplines, 2mm plain rounds of howlite. That is gorgeous. This is a monochrome gemstone really. You've got that beautiful classic white tone, and then you've got the silver and grey matrix or banding on the surface of the gemstone. Really beautiful, perfect if you've got maybe a large... Oh, I was linking them up with the lapis lazuli cabochons earlier, wasn't I? I mean, that just looked fantastic in a soutache design for the summer months, a sort of nautical effect. So those are your 2mm rounds of howlite, and to finish us off, a little injection of colour, maybe for the summer months, because you've got that fruity pomegranate-like tone. Maybe you want to stash those away for your Christmas designs, because you've got 40 carats of pomegranate quartzite there. Now this is really useful, isn't it? Because all of the actual gemstones are very complementary to one another, both in terms of their cut, their optical effect, and their size. You've got 4mm and 2mm rounds. Lots and lots of people flying in on the phone lines here. I imagine it's because people want to take advantage of the value that we can offer. And this is going to be representing the best value of the day. And that is saying something here on Jewellery Maker. But the best value of the day for genuine gemstones, £1.99 per strand. These are gems of distinction strands of Labradorite and Moonstone. £1.99. 2mm rounds of highlight. The 2mm rounds are very, very hard to come by because they're so sought after. So to get it for £1.99, a steal of a deal. Pomegranate quartzite, that strong ruby red tone, £1.99. So all 5 strands for £9.95 this evening. Maybe you've been looking at your gemstone stash recently and you've been feeling a little bit uninspired. This is the perfect way to, I suppose, get those creative juices flowing again, because you're going to get a whole gemstone stash for just £10. Hugely exciting. None of these strands are available on our website for £1.99, but tonight, as part of our wholesale Star Buy bundle, you can get hold of all of these for the add it to your order price of just £9.95. If you've already paid a P&P today, then you know what to do. Simply dial that free phone number, add this to your order, just £9.95, and you're going to be getting 2 strands of Labradorite, Rainbow Moonstone, all of which come from our Gems of Distinction range, and lots of Labradorescence. There is plenty of Adulorescence on the Moonstone as well. It's just the lighting that's preventing you from seeing that in our studio. When you see it in the flesh, you will fall in love with it. And then you've got the Howlite and the Pomegranate Quartzite, all for less than £10. I've got people multi-buying this left, right and centre, so congratulations to you. And if you want the opportunity to get hold of this kind of value, then dial that free phone number now. If you've placed it in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, please check out, because it looks to me like this is going to be a sellout deal. I'm going to leave that on with you. As I say, it could be the last 5 strand Super Saver you see for some time. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final hour of the Late Show, which will include our superstar buy, the premiere launch of the multicoloured Moonstone. So do not move a muscle. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay is doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh and master the art of friendly plastic. Liz will guide you through the basics of using this medium, including how to shape and fuse your friendly plastic and how to use transfer foils, gleams and gilding flakes. You will make an array of projects throughout the day and pick up lots of handy hints and tips. The full course includes a selection of friendly plastic colours, a findings pack and silver copper plated wire, use of gleam, gilding flakes and foils, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. Very, very exciting evening, and we are very, very busy. So if you are looking at some of these items and thinking, I have to have that in my life, then please ensure that you dial very, very quickly. The second you see something you like the look of, dial the free phone number or click to buy now on Jewellery Maker. And you do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk involved. You're only going to pay 1 P&P per day. So if you have already got your order up and running, literally no risk at all. You can get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. One particular item that I don't think people are going to be caught in two minds about is my superstar buy. It's coming up in around about 40 minutes. And it's the opportunity for you to own 2 varieties of moonstone on 1 strand. You've got your peach moonstone and your rainbow moonstone. There is lots of adulorescence on the rainbow moonstone, but as ever, not easy to show you in the studio. Is that coming? There we go. Did we get it? Electric blue flashes, lime greens as well, and then you've got that more traditional schiller that you get on your peach moonstone. Plain round, so not a traditional cut that we see in our moonstone. Coming up as our superstar buy towards the end of the show, coming up in about 15-20 minutes, a multicoloured agate strand, because they're both multicoloured agate, aren't they? You've got the top drilled marquise cuts, so perfect as petals or leaves, and then you've got the faceted rounds there, perfect for your beady beads, or of course your soutache, your bead loom, and well, a whole plethora of jewellery making disciplines. That's coming up in about 15 minutes time. Before that, we're going to try to find something for everyone, and we're going to start off with a double deal on white topaz. Now, white topaz, quite an interesting gemstone at the moment within the industry, because a lot of jewellers turning to this, because when you use diamonds as an accent, and traditionally you do, what you're looking for is traditional clarity and sparkle. But because the cuts of diamonds are so small, often you're getting low-grade diamonds, and therefore they're so heavily included that you don't get the clarity and therefore the sparkle that you're looking for. White topaz, on the other hand, offers you that exact same look, but you can achieve it in much larger carat weights. And so white topaz being adopted by a lot of jewellers as the perfect accent stone, and I think that that can be transferred into the world of jewellery making rather perfectly, because of course to source large carat weights of diamonds would be hugely expensive, to the point where I doubt it would be worthwhile for most jewellery makers if they were selling their designs. Whereas topaz, highly recognisable, used, I would say, probably not as much as amethyst, but it's probably up there, maybe the second most commonly used gemstone on the high street. And here you've got that beautiful white topaz, so that classic clarity. Now these are a cut that I definitely don't see very often. They are faceted wheels, and so they're sort of a cross really between a rondelle and those interlocking gemstones. I can't remember what they cut. Maybe it is a wheel they classify it as. I never keep up with the jewellery maker cuts, to be honest, but it's quite intricate because they almost sort of interlock. The way they'll sit within your design is very useful, because they've got that flat bottomed finish, but then you're still getting that traditional sparkle that you'd be looking for from a gemstone with this much clarity. If you were to buy just one strand of white topaz from us, normally it costs you $21.95, so normally it'd be $43.90 for 2 strands. But this evening we're going to give you the opportunity to double up on that deal and get hold of a clearance price. We've got 190 carats of white topaz here. Buy one, get one for £6. So normally you'd have to pay £21.95 each. But tonight you can get both of these for just £27.95. Just have a look at the way this is sparkling. And that's in our studio lights. Can you imagine how beautiful that's going to look with one focused light source? Absolutely gorgeous. They range in size from 3x1 to 6x4. I'll tell you what, again, and like I say, I know that I think I might have been conditioned by certain suppliers on the high street, but can you imagine these being used in little charm designs? Because you've got such a huge amount of gemstones on the strand, these are 28 centimetre strands, and because they're flat-bottomed gemstones, they all sort of interlock. Mags, you may not know this, but flat-bottomed gems make the rocking world go round. Buy one, get one for £6. Don't shake your head at me. You should have been here the night we were asking for one-liners, Mags. I didn't even have to come up with them. Actually, they were better then. Should we give Mags a little test? Mags, listen. On the Late Show, we tried to do something a little bit different. We tried to give people better value than usual. Okay. And so, you know, it may be late.
But the deals are great.
That's right. That's right, Pete. The deals are great. Next time, Mags, you can join in with that one. I'll let you. Look at this. So, another traditional look. Again, we're offering you that traditional clarity. But this time in your clear quartz. So I suppose this is the gemstone that most jewellery makers turn to when they're looking for that accent gemstone, when they're looking for that clarity. That gemstone that will go with any other gemstone. And here you've got your puffy pairs of clear quartz. They're very comfortable to wear on the neckline, on the wristline. Actually, you could use these as pendants, I suppose. Because you've got that droplet style, probably just large enough at 10x8mm. But I'm thinking that these are going to be matched up with a different gemstone because the neutrality allows you to work with any other gemstone and still make a real feature of your clear quartz. 80 carats per strand here, so you're getting 160 in total. Normally, this will cost you £8.95 per strand. Seriously. Buy one, get one for £1. That's ridiculous. Look at Mags, look so shocked. This is what we do here on JewelleryMaker, Mags. I know what it is. It's because you've been conditioned by your experience in the industry to see sort of 8 carats for £99.95. But tonight you can see 160 carats for £10. Are you as appalled as I am? We're not trying to devalue gemstones, let me assure you of that. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. What we are trying to do is give you, all the jewellery makers out there, the best value on the market and make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. That's exactly what we've done here. Clear quartz, a must-have for most jewellery makers, especially if you've got those bridal commissions. Oh, just thinking about it, these puffy pairs, how perfect would they be in tiara designs? If you think about the design that Sam, our regular tech-up, put together for us last week with the sky blue apatite, those were droplet shapes. So if you want to recreate those tiara designs, this would be the perfect cut. And as for Sam, if you're watching at home, you can't handle the sun. She's got heat stroke, so she phoned in sick. Rehydrate yourself. Sorry?
What's she mean?
Just out in the sun over the weekend. She's giving herself heat exhaustion or something. I think that's right. Is that right? She didn't come in for that reason. She's poorly. That's right. Is that why you're here? Or were you here anyway?
I was next door.
Oh, you were next door.
Yeah, I just got from surgery yesterday.
That makes sense, actually. When jewellery makers in need, they usher in the best. That's why Mags is here. Double deal here on your pink quartz. Very, very vibrant fuchsia tone. Oh, there you go. Oh, Max, this is undermining the excuse, isn't it? Mags, this time 24 hours ago, was in Turkey. They've actually flown her in to operate the camera on JewelleryMaker tonight. And how hot was it in Turkey?
We were in the 40s.
In the 40s? Sam, she's raising the bar. Come and join her up here. $23.90 on your clearance double deal here. Can I just say, we are messing around because Sam's like part of our team and we know she can handle it, but in case people are watching at home thinking we're being mean, we're not. Get well soon if you're watching, Sam. Beautiful pink quartz, faceted rounds, 9mm in size, so quite a significant look from these gemstones. These are sort of a raspberry pink tone. They're quite a rich, hot pink. I suppose it depends what you're going to match these up with as to the effect you're going to create, because if you match them up with rose quartz, you'll get some of the more subtle tones. But then again, you could match them up with rich, vibrant colours. And you can play on the tone that you've got here. Can I just have a quick look at the information? Because I'm just wondering. Can I just have a quick look at the other page of information, please? So I just want to check something because I'm looking at the finish on these. Ah, yes, okay. So I didn't think that we'd normally get quartz, even if it had been polished, that was offering you this much sparkle. It has received a little coating. This is one of the treatments that we place on some of the gemstones so that you get that glossy sparkle from the gemstones. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous here, isn't it? Normally, if you were to buy these individually, $23.90. It's $11.95 per strand. They do come from our Gems of Distinction range. Whoa. Buy one, get one for £3. Incredible value. I'm predominantly thinking about people who have already got an order up and running with us today. And so if you've already paid your $2.95 for your postage and packaging, and you're looking at these gemstones and you've instantly got a design in mind, I can see no reason why you wouldn't take advantage of the value we can bring you here at JewelleryMaker. A wholesale deal here, normally $11.95 per strand. This evening, a double deal, get two for $14.95. Buy one, get one for £3 essentially. And Sue, one of our resident jewellery makers, has put this together for us. It's quite a simple macrame look, but it just goes to show you that you don't need a lot of gemstones to make a huge impact on your designs. What have we used there? 5 gemstones? And you can imagine that would be hugely popular at craft fairs. If you did want to recreate that design, you can make 1, 2, 3, 4, well, so 8. You can make 8 of those bracelets with 2 strands there. Amazing. We're going to move on. Have a look at this. More of the enhancements, I suppose, is the way to look at it, because what we've done is we've taken a traditional gemstone, again, we've given it a coating. This time, a mystic colour coating. Not always easy to display in the studio, but when you look at this from above, you are going to see this huge array of colour tones, basically a little rainbow. I've got greens, purples, pinks. I'm really frustrated because I can see them looking at me. As soon as I turn the gemstone towards the camera, the lights hit them, you can't see the effect you get from the coating. So it's a little bit frustrating, but regular viewers know they can trust me. And yes, if you are a regular buyer, you know you can trust us. And of course, even if you're not, you can utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee. So get them home, see them in the flesh, and then make an informed decision as ever. $17.90, normally one strand would set you about $8.95. Just have a look at how high-end the jewellery designs look when you're working with this particular strand of clear quartz. Because you've got that coating, you've almost got that sort of translucency that we saw on the jelly opals, actually. They've got that similar finish to them, haven't they? Now, the rondelles themselves actually range in size from 5x3 to 11x6 mil, and that graduation has been used to great effect on this bracelet design. You can see here the smaller gemstones have been used close to the clasp, ranging up to the broader 11x6 mil. You're not allowed to do that. Well, Liam told us all last week that there's a new rule. He's not allowed to do these irregular price. He has to finish in 95 to keep things coherent on the website. And now, he was making a big joke about it last week, going a little bit lower. Now he's made a mistake. So he has to take 2 strands under £10. You deserve it for being such a maverick last week. That's what it is. That's karma for you. There you go. £10 for 2 strands now. Works out at less than £5 per strand. Oh, have you got your appraisal on Friday? Unlucky. So I can't afford to be making errors like this. Oh, and you're not here tomorrow, so you can't even make up for it. I'll tell you what, tomorrow's going to be a stormer for me. My appraisal's on Friday too. No. Do you know what? I'm quite confident because I feel that we're always bringing people the best possible deals for genuine gemstones. That is our remit here on JewelleryMaker, so can't go wrong, can you? Yeah? Oh, I thought you were questioning my maths. You weren't. You were just questioning how good the deal is. Buy one, get one for £1. That is a true clearance deal, though. If you're going to call something clearance, you've got to give people... Yeah, actually, sometimes things are a bit too good to be true, and this is one of them, isn't it? But we've put it on screen, so it exists. It is true. Buy one, get one for £1. Yeah, oh, Bruce, I'm with you, mate. Pinning it all on Liam once we get into the appraisals. All the prices are down to the producer. He said, right, let's move on then. Right, we're moving on. Oh, I like this one. Well, shall I run round and get it? Because Pete's left the building. Oh, he's sitting right next to you, sorry. It's all right. That's why we flew her in. Mags is on it. Pete, honestly, she's raising the bar left, right and centre for you lot. Whatever you were coming. Mags had already done it by the time you got here. I'm totally messing around. I'm just winding the crew up because they're all my friends. Here we go. We're going to give you another clearance double deal. Your multicoloured rainbow agate, but with your metallic coating. So again, we've enhanced Mother Nature's work. Normally $7.95 per strand. Oh, I love that. Have a look at that gemstone there. The banding almost looks like spider webs. Don't you think? Does that look like a spider web to anybody else? Like the edge of one? Yeah? Okay, good. Somebody agreed with me. I thought I was going mad for a minute there. Everyone's like, no? I think so. Or maybe the bark of a tree. Look at this one before you judge. Oldies are the goodies, eh, Director Bruce? He said trees don't bark, that's dogs. $7.95 per strand normally for 120 carats. Tonight we can bring you 240 carats. The producer's already saying, oh dear, in my ear. Oh, this has just happened organically, but just have a look here. These are the 2 individual strands. Look at these just colour matching along, so you could literally create beautiful earring designs perhaps. Oh my goodness, buy one, get one for £2. We've just taken 240 carats of multicoloured rainbow agate with the metallic coating to £10. This has been used to great effect in this design, hasn't it? Because you've got a sort of asymmetrical look because of the difference in the colour tones, but still a uniformed finish. And actually, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 gemstones. That is, to me, very on-trend, sort of a fashion-led jewellery. You'd see that in a department store, but it would be made using plastic beads and they'd want £40 probably. There you go. So you can recreate those on-trend looks, but using genuine gemstones. Of course, you have got slight variations here from that metallic coating. So something a little bit different. You could either colour graduate out the gemstones and use all one tone. Maybe use all of the cognacs, or all of the pastel greens, or all of the raspberry pinks, or all of the amethyst purples. Or of course you can use a real mixture and make your design as versatile as possible. £10 for a double deal here, 240 carats of metallic agate. We are going to have to leave that one with you because we've got a lot to get through before we bring you our superstar buy at about 10 to 9. And so we're going to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and this will be our final star buy of the evening because in about 20 minutes we're going to close the show with our superstar buy. I'll just give everybody one more heads up in case you've just got in the door, you've just tuned in. This is our superstar buy this evening. Multicoloured moonstone, peach moonstone and your white moonstone. Plain rounds coming up in 20 minutes time. Right now though, we're going to bring you, I suppose it's another double deal but with a twist, because we've put the same gemstone together here but in two different cuts. We often get requests for the same gemstone in varying shapes and sizes, and we have delivered. Here we've got your multicoloured agate. These are really bold sort of primary colours, aren't they? You've got the blues, the greens, the oranges, the yellows, even your jet blacks there as well. And you've got that huge array of vibrant colours, also mirrored in your smaller faceted rounds here. 4 mil? 3 mil, sorry, it's on the actual. Clues in the title, Ed. So those are your 3 mil faceted rounds. And yeah, I think again, what you could do is that you could graduate out the colours. I know that's what Mark Smith would do. Or, if you prefer to have a more free-flowing, organic style to your jewellery, you might like that mixture of colours. I'm thinking, now that I've seen this, these are going to be used as petals for floral motifs. Also, very, very useful for other traditional looks within jewellery making, like dragonfly wings or butterfly wings, or of course traditional droplet style pendants and earrings. So pretty much ticking every box here for a jewellery maker. And actually, whilst you're looking at this as a jewellery maker and thinking, you know, I'm starting to develop a few designs that I might use these for, the vibrancy of the colour tones actually makes them perfect if you are trying to get your youngsters involved in jewellery making over the next 6 or 7 weeks. I've already made my investment. There, I've got another polymer clay roller, some clay, a little kit. So when my daughter returns home tomorrow, she's been at her grandmother's over the weekend, she's going to become a polymer clay artiste, I reckon. There you go. My theory behind getting youngsters involved in jewellery making over the summer is that if you work quite hard with your children during term time to help them with their work and with their progression, and then they're given 6 or 7 weeks off where they don't really have to use their brain, you tend to find everything falls out of their brain. Maybe that's just my daughter. She's very bright, so I think it must be quite common. And so I just think that giving them a little creative outlet, something to focus on, doesn't have to be intense or anything, something quite fun like jewellery making, just helps to keep the cogs turning. Do you like that idea? Yeah, you're laughing, but you know I'm right. To be honest, getting youngsters involved in something like jewellery making is quite useful anyway, because I always think, you know, not everybody's really academic. Sometimes giving people a creative outlet allows them to build up their confidence. Of course, it also allows them to, you know, experiment with their motor skills and develop on that side of things as well. So it can be quite a useful hobby to get your youngsters involved in. And Of course, we've got a clearance star buy price this evening of $7.95 once again, and add it to your order price. But for 2 strands of gemstones, this multitude of colour tones here, a little rainbow on the back of my hand in 2 different cuts. You've got the Marquise cuts, and you've got those faceted 3mm rounds. $7.95 for your Agate bundle here. 2 strands for the kind of price point I'd probably have associated with just 1 strand here. In fact, it should normally be $11.90. So there you go. It's effectively buy 1, get 1 for £2. It works out at $5.95 per strand. They might not both be $5.95, but pretty much buy 1, get 1 for £2. Amazing. Okay, $7.95. That is our final star buy of the evening, and of course our superstar buy coming up in 10-15 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. Your opportunity to add this strand of Moonstone to your order, and I can tell you that we do have a very exciting launch price for this particular strand this evening. Under £10. It's coming up in about 10 minutes time. Before that, we're going to see how many deals we can fit in. I knew you were going to go for that. We're on the same wavelength. And what we're actually going to bring you is the Antique Bronze Copper Findings Pack. So 115 pieces once again, which features 3 different kinds of head pins. You get a metre of chain here. I'll tell you what this is perfect for: vintage designs. I always think of this metallic tone, I always associate it with vintage looks. So you've got a metre of antique bronze copper chain. You've also got your head pins, your toggle clasps. Oh, you've got a little ribbon cord endings, your slider clasp, your shepherd hooks, your spacer beads, crimp beads and your crimp bead covers. Now, just have a look at this little slider clasp, because something like this, again, could set you apart from other jewellery designers, because of course everybody's going to be able to get hold of lobster claw clasp, but how often do you see something that offers you a little bit of personality, something a little bit different? I've got those lined up. Say again, sorry? So secure I can't undo it. There you go. That might just be my own dexterity, I suppose. Oh yeah, I am. Oh yeah, I'm holding it like that. You wouldn't do that normally. Okay. Oh, actually, now that I see this toggle clasp, while we're talking about, you know, attention to detail, have a look at this, a sort of rope effect on the toggle clasp itself. So that's always on trend, particularly through the summer months with the nautical looks, but within vintage designs, those rope effects are very popular as well, and that's quite a significant size, that particular toggle clasp. Lots and lots of people getting involved already for the Antique Bronze Copper Findings Pack. Of course, our Findings Packs are traditionally only available as part of our jewellery kits that we present to you on the morning show between 9 AM and 1 PM, but if maybe you don't need the threading materials, or you've got a huge array of gemstones that you're working with at the moment, but your findings are running low, of course, no matter what gemstones or what discipline you work within, everybody's going to need their essential findings. You can add them to your order right now for $7.95. We're going to move on though. Whoa. I would set this into antique bronze findings actually. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at this. All about the cut here. Traditional concave style cut. And, oh, do you know what? That's so strange. When I picked it up, I was thinking, these aren't traditional triangular prisms. They almost look like shields, and I realised that they have been classified as that. So as a result, I think those would be quite good in masculine designs as well as feminine designs. I'm thinking they're all about a bit of versatility with your gemstones, and of course, because you've got that traditional step concave cut on the gemstone itself, I think when I'm saying traditional, what I'm thinking is, you know, when you see ring designs from traditional jewellers, You almost have that kaleidoscope effect when you look into the centre of the gemstone. That's exactly what's been created here. These have been treated in the exact same way as they would have been had they been cut for a master jeweller, and so you are able to benefit from having professionally cut gemstones, huge carat weights here. You've got 45 carats across 3 gemstones, so on average 15 carats, although the centre stone is a little larger. And I will just give you the variety of sizes. So the smaller ones are 20 by 15 mil, so still a very large size. And the largest one is 22 by 16. I mean, these are so distinctive, aren't they? They really will set you apart from other jewellery makers. I'm thinking of maybe a sort of choker style necklace design where you could just have one gemstone set into the centre. You could actually set these into prong settings because they're so large. You could create sort of wirework prong settings, just create rings. You can imagine those would fly out the door, particularly north of the border. Actually, you could use them as sort of arrowheads as well as shields, couldn't you? I don't know why we're being so medieval militaristic with this particular cut, but I'll tell you the other exciting thing about this is that because you've got such large carat weights, on many occasions I've referenced the fact that one of the most popular hours I used to produce on Gems TV was the 10 carat club. So I had to feature a gemstone that was 10 carats or over. Do you remember directing that with me, Max? Yes. There you go. And people flying in because people, I suppose, associate prestige and gravitas within gemstones with large carat weights, and here you're able to offer your customers huge, significant carat weights in Smokey Quartz, a gemstone that's hugely versatile. $24.95. Now sometimes I refer to gemstones as being jewellery quality rather than bead quality, and a lot of jewellery makers take issue with this just because they sort of see all of the gemstones as jewellery quality because they create jewellery designs with them, and I understand that, but there is a distinction between a gemstone that is maybe a polished rough gemstone and a faceted gemstone that's offering you that traditional clarity. This has to be considered at the top end of the spectrum, and at $24.95 for this huge carat weight across these beautiful little shields of Smokey Quartz, I think you're getting a real bargain there, a steal of a deal. $24.95 for 45 carats of gorgeous Smokey Quartz from not only our Gems of Distinction range, but from the cut collection. This has been cut by one of our most experienced lapidarists. Yeah, so I have to think that this has been cut by one of our most experienced lapidarists, possibly the gemstone cutters that cut our gemstones for Gems TV to be set into jewellery design. So very, very impressive there. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you, how many of these have you got? Very limited availability. I'm about to bring you 3 of the big 4 on one strand. Pretty exciting opportunity. Rubies, emeralds, and canary sapphires, as well as midnight blue sapphires. Unbelievable. These, again, faceted. I would think that these have been cut by another experienced lapidarist because they are the top end gemstones. The gemstones which I think most people aspire to own, really. Because rubies, sapphires, emeralds, they've got that kind of heritage that people associate with genuine gemstones. Yes, we as jewellery makers can appreciate a gemstone such as agate for its versatility, but when you go into the top end of the market, when you're trying to offer your clients elite gemstones and top of the range luxury jewellery designs, you want to be working with the big 4, don't you? And here pretty much ticking every box except for diamonds, I suppose. But you have got emeralds, rubies, and 2 varieties of sapphire here, midnight blues and canary sapphires. The droplets themselves, as they are faceted, you can see how much sparkle you're getting from those faceted gemstones in this recording. They range in size from 3x2 to 6x3. We started with just 14 strands available. They're already being allocated to baskets, and when you see the price point, you'll understand why. Start dialing that free phone number, and let me give you my personal congratulations to anybody who got in early, because don't panic. You're not going to pay $54.95. We are going to offer you the first ever price reduction on this strand of emerald, sapphire and ruby. Should be $54.95. In 60 minutes, it'll be back up to that price point. Wow. Producer Liam just put £15 back in your pocket. He's taken this under £40. I just heard my producer turn to the director and say, "Oh, forgot my appraisals on Friday." And he just turned back to him and said, "You're in trouble, mate." Matter-of-factly there from Bruce, as ever. $39.95 is the price point for 35 carats of canary sapphires, midnight blue sapphire, rich red rubies, although you could argue that you've got a few pink sapphires on there as well. Maybe some of the paler hues could be classified as pink sapphires, but I mean, you have got rich pigeon blood red rubies there as well. Midnight blues from your sapphires. Actually, they range down into your cashmere blues as well, so lots and lots of versatility. Wow, look at that. I mean, that carat weight of ruby alone. Elsewhere, set into, what, 9 carat gold, and you'd be expecting to pay potentially £100 for a ruby pendant or necklace. You can get 35 carats. And as I say, for jewellery makers, a lot of the time it's about scope, isn't it? It's about creative options. It's about having something to work with, something that can inspire your designs, and this strand has literally got it all. It's got the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, top quality, I hasten to add, because of the clarity, the colour saturation, the way they've been faceted, as well as the significance of the carat weight on each gemstone. And you've got this huge array of gemstones. You'd be hard pushed to recreate this strand, actually, especially at the moment, because within the industry we are struggling to get hold of coloured sapphires. High enough yields of the sapphires, I should say. We do find small deposits of sapphires, but traditionally the deposits aren't large enough to be a worthwhile yield for the industry, and so you might see that over the next 12 to 18 months you are actually offering your customers something that they can't get elsewhere. Canary sapphires, pink sapphires, blue sapphires could end up being a real profit maker for all of the jewellery makers out there, especially if you're adding it to your order for just $39.95. That £15 price reduction is only available for a limited time, just 60 minutes. So, as ever, if you are rumming and ahhing, utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee, get it home and make an informed decision. Don't think we're going to get any of them back, to be honest. Have a look at this. Again, limited in availability. That's our job here on The Late Show, to give you the last of stock opportunities that maybe you've missed out on previously. Oh, I'm just going to share the little interaction that my producer has. Now, sometimes when we cut to the shop, if I go a little bit quiet, it's because we're negotiating the price. Basically, he wants to rely on my superior knowledge within the industry. No, I'm joking. We're both trying to get you the lowest possible price, and so sometimes we have a little discussion through a pane of glass, saying like, lower, higher. And on this one, he just told me the price point in my ear, and I was like, yeah, great deal. I'll tell you why. It's the quality of the gemstone. Now, I think we're all aware of the benefit to jewellery makers working with amethyst, and that's the fact that people are aware of this gemstone. They see it day in, day out on the high street. They've already got a price point in their mind of what they'd expect to pay to get amethyst into their collection. On top of that, because it's so well known, when people see amethyst used within your designs, they'll understand that you are an elite jewellery maker that works with the real McCoy, the real deal. This isn't going to be mistaken for a piece of plastic or a synthetic glass bead. People are going to understand straight away that this is top quality amethyst, and that's evident not only from that rich and consistent colour saturation. I mean, the depth of colour is something to behold really on this strand. It is, well, it's amethyst purple. That's the only way to describe it, to be quite honest with you. But on top of that, it's also been faceted in a very unique way. Now, these tapered, I suppose they're sort of top drilled drops or rice beads, but they almost have a sort of a lemon-like shape to them, just because of the way they've been elongated at the very base and tip of the gemstone. Now, if you cut a gemstone like this, what you actually do is you actually weaken the crystal structure. So in order to checkerboard facet this, they have to be 100% satisfied with the quality, that this was top quality amethyst. And as I say, the key indicator of that would have been the colour tone. The gemstones themselves range in size from 9x4 to 12x8. I mean, can you imagine a pair of beautiful earrings? Gold-plated sterling silver? You only need 2 gemstones, and I think that you could potentially make your money back. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It's our elite quality of amethyst, and here comes your price point this evening. $27.95. You've got 45 carats here. Now, if you see amethyst of this quality on the high street, for a start, you normally get less than a carat. They traditionally set it into silver. I am basing this on a design I saw in a high street jewellers in the week. 0.9 carats of amethyst, a much smaller gemstone than even the smallest on this strand. Set into sterling silver, £79 for less than a carat of amethyst, and it was accented with cubic zirconia. I don't even know what that is. So if you want to get hold of the best value on the market for what I would describe as jewellery quality amethyst, it's right here. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. $27.95 for your elite range of amethyst here at Jewellery Maker. Look at that, sparkling beautifully. In fact, because of the strength of the colour, you've got a gorgeous lustre there, haven't you? That's this reflective quality you can see as the light is bouncing off the surface of the gemstone. Absolutely phenomenal at just $27.95. I am going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid, because it's now time to bring you the premiere launch of our multicoloured Moonstone as a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our most exclusive and most elusive launch of the evening. It's our superstar buy, and on this occasion it's a premiere launch of our multicoloured Moonstone. Now, I showed this to our workshop earlier today and they were very, very excited. I got lots of insights into the way that jewellery makers look at strands of gemstones. Mark Smith, he'll probably have tuned in because he said, "You're going to say this on air, aren't you?" And I was like, yes, verbatim. Basically what he's saying is that they'd spent a lot of the afternoon today working on rosary links in different coloured wires. And so he's saying he wishes there was more gemstone strands that offered you this alternative colour tones, because it allows you to create really vibrant and eye-catching jewellery, because you can work with an array of different wires within one design. So you can create multiple rosary links of chain, different colours of wire, because you've got 2 variations in the colour tones here, but the same gemstone. Moonstone, a beautiful gemstone that has a great deal of history attached to it, as we discussed earlier in the show. It's been prized since 100 AD and set into jewellery designs by the ancient Romans, who also are responsible for the name Moonstone. They believed that this little schiller that you see on the surface of the gemstone, which actually emanates from the centre of the gemstone, were actually shards of moonlight placed inside the gemstone by the lunar gods, and so they named it Moonstone. And so that's where the name comes from. Have a look at that. I mean, that is just gorgeous, isn't it? It's known as Iridescent. It's this beautiful shimmer that will enhance your designs, but it's so sophisticated in its look, isn't it? So elegant. It's not overbearing. Your technique can still be the star of the show, but then when people look a little closer at your design, they're going to notice that optical effect. They're going to buy into the mystical property of Moonstone. It is, of course, June's birthstone, so that could be another way that it will lead to greater sales for you as a jewellery maker, because if somebody who has this as their birthstone is passionate about owning it, that might be enough to sell your design. Actually, you could really easily create, I was going to say matching earrings, but how about one white moonstone, one apricot moonstone? Would that work? Or am I just ahead of my time there?
I think like a nice anklet or something.
You're thinking of an anklet,
Yeah,
Mags?
nice on the skin.
Oh, I like that, because plain round's very comfortable. And so, actually, I suppose you have to pick quite a comfortable rounded gemstone for your ankle, because it's a little bit bonier than your wrist. I didn't know how to put it any other way. Bonier. Your ankle's bonier than your wrist. No, it's not about the fact that it's slender. It's about the fact that it's up against, it's the fact that it's up against your bones. So you need to be comfortable. Romantic as ever from the big dog. Huh? Well, yeah, that is the most important thing, Mags. But to be honest, you can make a bin bag look good, so that's not a fair test to whether it'd look nice on you, Mags. Gorgeous strand of moonstone here, and of course a huge amount of design scope and creative opportunities for all of the jewellery makers out there because of that alternation between the white moonstone and the peach moonstone. You've got those apricot tones, you've got the more feminine pink hues as well coming from that peach moonstone, and I have got a huge number of people coming through both on the free phone number and at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget, please act quickly to avoid disappointment. This is our superstar buy. And here comes your exclusive launch price this evening, just $6.95 for 250 carats of moonstone, and you've got two different varieties here. So when you think about the way that you're going to judge a gemstone strand as a jewellery maker, the fact that you're going to consider just how many different designs will I be able to put together, this is a strand for you. Just $6.95, it's effectively like getting two strands in one here, because you've got your white moonstone and your peach moonstone, and a very significant size, very easy to work with, your 10mm plain rounds. I mean, you could just take 5 of these and create macrame bracelets, and you could actually use the alternation in the colours as a design itself, because you can just alternate the gemstones and then you can use the same coloured cords. In fact, as part of our cord bundle earlier this evening, we had some orange cord in that bundle, didn't we? So all you need is the cream or the ivory cord, and therefore the design's done. Beautiful macrame bracelet. Lots and lots of people multi-buying this strand, people maximising on their 1p&p per day. That's the way to shop from us here at Jewellery Maker. Maximise on that value and make the most of your 1p&p. And if you are even slightly interested in this strand, my advice would be to start dialing that free phone number now. I only had a limited number available. Probably quite time consuming to put this together because of course we've had to source 2 different kinds of moonstone. Then we've had to polish and cut them into perfect 10mm plain rounds. And then of course, with the polished finish, I'm thinking this is quite a labour-intensive strand of Moonstone. So at $6.95, we might be in danger of devaluing Moonstone here. That's not our intention. Our intention is to give you the best value in the market. I think we've definitely done that for a gemstone that offers you an optical phenomenon like this. Maybe you haven't experienced that before. I'll try and find you that little shiller on the Moonstone itself. There it is. Boom. It's going to make a huge impact, isn't it? Actually, do you know what? You could just use one of these as the focal point of a design. Maybe cage it in some gold wire. Quite a contemporary look. And I can understand why some people might be thinking of this as sunstone. Actually, that's what Mark Smith said earlier today. He thought that it was sunstone moonstone. It is in fact peach moonstone. Very similar look, and again, it is iron that gives peach moonstone its colour tone. It's iron that gives sunstone its colour tone. It's quite nice to mix this with some sunstone though, actually. You have got a little bit of that glitter effect that you'd normally associate with sunstone in the peach moonstone, as I say, because of the iron content, but it's not quite as prominent as it would be in a sunstone. Huge number of people who have added this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com, possibly because of the popularity of the gemstone, possibly because of the versatility of the cut, but probably because of the ridiculous launch price. That's how we do a superstar buy here on The Late Show. I'll be back tomorrow to bring you more incredible deals from 5 p.m. And tomorrow, my producer will be sales manager Scott. So we'll see if we can bully him on a few of those prices. And all that I have time to say is thank you to the crew. Thanks, Mags, flown in especially for the show. Pete, you've been fantastic as ever. Liam's been giving us all of the prices and the products, and director Bruce has been fantastic as well. Thank you for joining us, and good night.
DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Did you know that the Jewellery Maker phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
If you're new to jewellery making and want to learn all the essential techniques, then this is the